want the truth. You can't handle the truth. I want the truth. You can't handle the truth.
Hello, everyone. How are you guys doing out there? Sorry about the little delay. This one's on me. So yeah, we're going to tackle a subject that I've been wanting to do for a while. And I figured since the NSA is officially taking over the interwebs this week, why not do it now? This is as good as time as any. So with me is Rachel Nichols. You guys might remember her from a few days ago. For those who are not familiar, Rachel, would you like to introduce yourself again to our audience?
Hello, my name is Rachel Nichols, and yeah, I've written a couple books. My name is Rachel Nichols.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I did the same thing. Okay, you've written a couple of books, and those books are in the description.
Working on a third, which would be I'm thinking about doing nonfiction about the stuff that's going on.
What do you mean exactly? What stuff?
The stuff that's going on.
Are you allowed to say?
There are a lot of boomers and other well-meaning people who simply are clueless. Christians who mean well and just don't see what's happening. And I want to put it in simple terms that they can understand, whether or not they believe it.
Yeah, okay. So today, yeah, it's funny. I'm just reading our comment here when it says, I'm sorry I'm late. I got stuck down this happy science hole. Yeah, actually, you're right on time. We're just getting started. So I guess, yeah, it's perfect timing. Yeah, so, I mean, it's difficult. We've all been kind of walking on eggshells because of all the censorship on of the internet. There's been all this self-policing. People are using codes and such just to not get banned, or for some people that are content creators, not get demonetized, or even just to be able to get anything through. We've all experienced it. We all combat it one way or another. And I'm waiting for the day that content creators that are on the right side of history, as they say, will actually unite and hold these organizations that are really breaking the law with this vile censorship, to hold them accountable, class action suit and whatnot. Nothing will get better until that happens. So,
but
yeah,
as corrupt as everything is, will they be held accountable by the current systems?
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, we know that, yeah, we're all going to be held accountable. Here's one example of that.
I don't mean to brag. I don't care, but I want you to know, double vaxxed, booster, flu shot, and I'm going to be honest, I have the shingle shot too. And I still get my period. What? Yes. Traveled, went to Mexico twice, did shows, meet and greets, never got COVID. Clearly, Jesus loves me the most. Seriously. So nice. So nice.
Took a little too far.
Yep. Blasphemous.
Yeah.
I am glad she survived. That proves that Jesus really does love her. He doesn't want to. He's giving her another chance.
That is, she's still alive. Very well put. Yeah. I don't know if you guys. Amen. Yeah. All right. So I know that's probably not in good taste, but in all reality, yeah, God will hold us accountable. In some cases, sooner than later. But at the same time, I know some people disagree with this, but faith without works is dead. That's not coming from me. So we need to be active. We need to do the best we can while we can. And each of us have our own talents. So some of us are able to do streams. I would argue I'm okay at it. I'm not the best speaker in the world, but that's one thing. But I mean, whatever you have talent. Some people are lawyers. I don't understand how there are so many ambulance chases out there, but when it comes to the biggest crime in humanity to date, let's be real, that's what this was. It's like crickets.
Yeah.
What's going on out there, Yeah, so I mean, I remember, I was in Greece when this shenanigans started. I've been teaching Chinese online for years. So before this, what do you call it, gain of function, prion or whatever it was, spread, as they said, I was already seeing some things online with the students that I was teaching, with my coworkers and all that. There was already a buzz. That was in late 2019, early 2020. So, and I had already seen some comments on Fascist Book that booted me for complaining or exposing pedophilia and the historical Muslim migration. So I was getting, at first, I was, I was a skeptic too, because like I said, I was teaching in Chinese and I was practically in their homes. I just didn't feel right. None of it, all of it seemed like it was kind of propaganda, more fear mongering. So I was agreeing with the antagonists who were saying, this is a hoax. But then I had a couple of clients that seemed to be acting weird. One of them was an elderly person on an oxygen tank, and I started seeing all these rumors online. And I got pretty upset with those that were saying, that the Chinese are faking it. So I became an apologist for it. And even though I remember 9/11, for those of us that were in the States when the 9/11 World Trade Center attacks happened, and of course the Pentagon and the other mystery plane, how much that changed America, how much it changed the culture, but especially the economics of it. Not the economics is everything, but it was a major blow. And that was one event that shut the entire country down for technically about a week, but really extended for about 2 weeks and kind of sort of even longer in some cases, because after that there was the xenophobia and all that. So it had a major economic effect. We were already in a recession, really, but that kind of almost put us in a depression, it seemed like.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't know if you remember. I don't know what your memories are of that period of 9/11 and what you experienced there, but does that sound about right to you, or did you have different experiences, Rachel?
Till recently, I believed the official narrative of 9/11. It's only recently that I've become what some call a conspiracy theorist.
What do you mean?
I've always believed, without question, the mainstream views on things till like 2020.
What's the mainstream view? Can you clarify?
Well, like what they say on mainstream television, the stuff that most people believe.
More. Give me more. As the scene from Good Will Hunting goes. Yes. Good. Give me more.
Basically, I believed what I saw on television and commercials, except for certain messages that we were fed. I learned to see through those, and I think that helped me later.
Yeah, refresh my memory because I don't remember what we saw on television. That's what I'm trying to get to. Can you uh, remind us, or do you remember?
Oh, the 911 thing,
Right.
the 9/11 thing.
Yeah, yeah.
I remember they kept showing. I didn't look at it that closely. Um, I do. What did fall into its imprint, the building, but at the time I didn't think about it because I'm not that good at mechanics and engineering. I had to have someone explain it to me later.
I think I see where you're going with this. So basically, what you're trying to say is that you believe that it was a terrorist attack, but now you're second guessing that. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, well, I believe there were terrorists, but there was more to it than that.
Mhm. Yeah, okay, I got you. Yeah, as far as that goes, definitely. I mean, that was the investigation for whatever reason took forever, but the own the congressional hearings, not hearings, but what was it? They had a committee that investigated it. I forgot what it was called, but maybe the 9/11 committee or something like that. At any rate, yeah, their own investigation showed that the secret agencies already knew about the attack in advance, but failed to prevent it, and that further put the U.S. under, a police state. Was that event and those investigations? So, but yeah, I mean, basically, after that happened, the economy just crashed. I was a cab driver at the time in a tourist community. I spoke about that in previous streams, and basically, a cab driver would make a few $100 a night during the tourist season. But after 9/11, we were literally sitting around staring at each other, maybe bringing home like $20, like on a weekend. So to put in perspective, it dramatically crippled us economically. It also, I mean, my family, in fact, my parents who worked very hard, the typical immigrants, um, amassed a small fortune, let's say, if you call it that. But at any rate, after 9/11, they slowly but surely lost everything they had. So, yeah, I mean, that's some serious implications. And we're talking about this to premise the whole 2 weeks to flatten the curve, what this stream is titled. Um, I already knew that there was going to be some major economic implications. At that time, um, Greece had already been years of their economic recession and a hostile takeover by the EU and all these other things. And so, again, I was in Greece at the time, and so yeah, I was like, man, this is going to be bad. But if it's going to end, or if it's going to save lives, then yeah, I would. I think it was worth it. I think it was a sacrifice we have to pay. Was my attitude. Um, yeah, and then the rest is history, as I say. 2 weeks to flatten the curve became 2 more weeks to flatten the curve. It became two more weeks, and then 2 months, and then 2 weeks, and then it's another variant, and it's a Greek problem. Let's blame the Greeks for everything, like we're especially doing now. We're gonna give it Greek names like the Omicron because we'll call it the WOOhawhn virus or Wuhan virus is uh, racist, but calling it the Greek virus isn't. Um, and on and on. I'm like, man, this is bad. But people from the very beginning, uh, they were on to what's going on. They knew that there's something very, very bad about this. A lie. They could already tell, like, hey, you know what? This looks like a means to create fascism, to create, as Rachel alluded to, this fear of each other. Oh, she was saying that before this. My apologies. If you can go and share that with folks, what you were saying earlier, that was brilliant. Basically, that's how fascism works. That's how communism works. It relies on the population to police each other and themselves, like we're doing now. We're still doing that, by the way, and we're still seeing people walking around muzzling themselves. Again, going personal note. I have a mother who's in a nursing home, not great, not happy about it, but don't have much say or choice in the matter, unfortunately. At any rate, currently they're pushing the new safe and improved, lethal serums on her. So they're coercing her to it and then calling it her choice. It sounds familiar, right? That was a big thing. They were forcing all these crazy dictates on us, and they were saying that everything is your choice when it wasn't. Now, and again, self-policing. This personal note. It became a matter of, well, a family matter. We're both, where everyone was combating about what should be done, what shouldn't be done, and that kind of thing. Yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead, you can say something, Rachel?
Oh, yeah, there's been a lot of division and fighting and atomization because of 2020.
Of the lockdown, yeah.
Yeah, we disagreed with what was really going on and fought over it. Both sides, of course, they weren't both right, but both sides believed that the other people were endangering everybody else.
Yeah, could you say what you're saying right before the stream so eloquently about the division and all that?
It disturbed me from the get-go because it was not just that the scheme for 2020, that's my the 2020 scheme, it's not just that what we were told to do is so wildly impracticable and would have severe consequences of every kind you can imagine. It was immoral for individuals to act that way. At least if you're a Christian, they were flying in the face of human behavior itself. Not only basic economics and health, no one in history had ever acted that way. I'd heard stories of unethical but effective manners of basically burying people suffering from the plague alive, immuring them in their homes, but they were at death's door and might have infected other people, and it was a plague which had a 50% chance of killing you if you caught it. You know what?
Okay.
During the bubonic plague, which killed off about a third of Europe's population, they did not hide home. Healthy people did not hide at home and bury themselves alive and hope that somehow meals would get taken to them for sitting home and doing nothing. Back then, people had more sense than they do now, despite the lack of toys, high-tech toys.
And that's the craziest thing, the dictates that were forced on us worldwide instantaneously.
And it was, I was getting the immoral part. It flew in the face of what the Bible taught, if you thought about it for very long. A lot of Christians just parroted back, but they're doctors. They know things we don't know. And it is true. I do not have an MD or know it, but I do know that even assuming what we had been told was true, that would not have justified everything that was done. And furthermore, it's the fact that we were called upon to do things like treat everyone we met like a dangerous disease carrier.
Right.
We're supposed to shun our fellow men, to tell our neighbors to bankrupt themselves or to be lazy. The Bible says, if you don't work, you shouldn't eat. And we were telling each other to be lazy and to shut down our businesses. We were bankrupting our neighbors. People who knew, someone would cry out online, I'm going to lose my business that I worked so hard to build. How can I feed my family? We're going to become homeless.
Yeah.
And people would mock them on social media.
Yeah.
So-called Christians. It's like, don't you think if it's bankrupting so many people and causing children to starve, shouldn't we do some research or question what we're being told? Isn't it worth questioning? Asking questions. If I'm asked to do something like play Russian roulette, Don't I have the right to be skeptical? Play Russian roulette, and you live.
Ooh.
I'm an expert. Don't worry, I've got this MD. See this piece of paper? Since I'm a doctor, I can do anything I want. You should never question me. I can do no wrong. I not only do I know everything, but I'm holy and saintly, and I never lie, just like God himself. And that sounds blasphemous, but that is how we view doctors, as gods, if not shamans, speakers for the science, which we view. Medical science is a god to so many.
Well, we
were supposed to stay home from church too.
Word. I mean, wow. So you said quite a bit there. I don't know. Yeah, so let me just say, as far as the medical field, this shouldn't be news flash to anyone with regards to, at least in America. I can't speak for every other nation, but it's been a problem for a long time. In fact, that's Barack Hussein Obama weaseled his way in, give or take. Of course, there was a skin tone thing too. And there was some question about the elections back then and even before him. And there was even some questions about the elections about Bush Jr. So there have been some election questions at Bill Clinton way back before the turn of the century, and it hasn't stopped. But at any rate, yeah, he was promising that he was going to fix the medical profession by, well, he was being vague until he got voted in, and afterwards he unleashed the forced health insurance. So, making the middleman, insurance companies, an extortion racket. You have to pay them by law, and then of course the healthcare quality decreased. The prices went up because everyone knew they were going to get paid anyway. So
right.
You did the exact opposite. Sorry.
And it's harder to sue. If the government controls the healthcare, it's harder to sue them because they're a state agency. That is what I knew, that even when Obama was trying to ram through the free healthcare, nothing is free.
All right. So and again, this is probably, I mean, it seems like forever ago. We've been through so much, but just to refresh the memory of folks that don't quite remember what we're referring to, or even might disagree, because unfortunately we still have people that have been so indoctrinated, or maybe they already had OCD to begin with and that type of thing. So maybe they were willing participants or enforcers of this. At any rate, let me play this little video as a reminder, in essence, of what we were put through.
Hi. Yep. It's okay. Hey, I love you. I wish. She still got that ankle monitor on? Damn prison. I love you. I know, Mama. It's sickening. I love you. I wish I can change it all.
Well, we can. We can change it all. First and foremost, by not doing it ourselves, but secondly, not tolerating, as they say, not allowing them to get away with things like that.
Don't let them. If they try another thing like that with the nursing homes, I would like to see a bunch of people just show up and say, "I'm taking mom or dad home."
Yeah,
You are
and
not going to isolate our loved ones again.
yeah, I mean, and they're doing it. I mean, they're still doing it, folks. Again, my mother just recently, they were about to not allow her celebrate Christmas because someone in their facility had quote unquote allegedly COVID. Wait a minute, isn't everyone vaxxed?
Yeah.
Especially those in a nursing home,
Hmm.
including her. So if they're vaxxed, then why is there a threat? And I know mass media had already inundated the masses to blame the unvaxxed for that nonsense, but that makes no damn sense. If you're vaxxed, you're protected.
According to their narrative, yes.
Yeah. So it's a problem. It's a problem that keeps on giving. It's a violence that keeps on giving.
I've noticed something about the MAGA Trump voting conservative boomers and some others. They are more apt to get the jibby jab, the Trump shot. We need to give all due credit to the father of the vaccine, as he proudly calls himself, and he is. I will not forget how he stood up in the garden and gave a lengthy, boastful speech about how Operation Warpspeed was his doing. Let's give him credit, I say. It's funny how nobody on either side of the political aisle wants to give full credit to DJT.
Yeah. And
But anyhow, the conservatives I know, and I blame Trump for them, for the if they die, they took the shot, and but even though they believed that it was good for you, they believed the story that it would protect them, and they said, well, okay, we think it's a bad thing that you're not getting it yourself because you may die, but it's your choice after all, because we'll be protected no matter whether you get it or not. A lot of the older boomers who took it had that belief. Now they've decided it's not that great.
Yeah, so let me go ahead and expand on the video that we just saw and just how personal it is for me, but I imagine for many of us, not all of us. Again, my mother's currently in there. They're doing all these things to her. They're shutting her down. They're muzzling her. In some cases, they're forcing new vaxes on her because the first ones didn't do their job. With their euthanasia agenda, allegedly, right? The whole Georgia Guidestones green agenda, allegedly, quote unquote. Let me throw it in there because we got a lot to cover today. I don't want to get shut down sooner than later by the common Nazi fascist. So, yeah, basically, my father was in there, and I was speaking to him over the phone. Again, I was in Greece. So, but at that point, everyone was inoculated with experimental lethal serum, and we know it's lethal now because of all the court hearings and all the evidence that came out. The CDC itself had to report the facts in its VAERS reporting, and so on. Vigilance, I think, was the UK version. At any rate, yeah. So basically, we're vaxxed, muzzled, isolated, and I couldn't even talk to the man on the phone without the nurse yelling at him to put his muzzle all the way up to his eyeballs, yelling at him, treating him like a criminal. I'm talking to him on the phone. Everyone's fully vaxxed. What's going on? Was it really anything about saving anyone, or was there something else going on? It's quite disturbing. And so, at a time when we had the opportunity, the faithful had the chance to finally get under the yoke of the oppression of the world, to stand up for each other and for ourselves. Our spiritual leaders instead, for the most part, turned their back on us. And even in some cases, in the traditional church where we center our worship, our weekly worship and walk in life on the Eucharist, on communion, on koinonia. Koinonia literally means, well, unity, togetherness, synergy, that type of thing. Communion, you know. So they instead denounced these things, right? They shut down, they were compliant with this onerous fascism and shut down their services and declared this a threat. And then did this social distancing. It does get more blasphemous than social distancing in a church after they were allowed to open up after some time by 6 feet. 6 feet. Non-scientific, but obviously diabolical, demonic. 6 feet.
666.
Yeah, right. So it was just, and that was our church leaders doing that. But thankfully,
what's your name, Gator? Huh?
I'll tell you my name outside and I'll get your name and details as well.
Huh? You're more than welcome, son.
Yeah.
We're here practicing our faith.
Okay, well, unfortunately.
Huh? Nobody went to the Black Pits Mosque in Dublin, did they?
Sorry?
Huh? Nobody went to the Black Pits Mosque in Dublin. I says nobody. There was no guards going to the Black Pits Mosque in Dublin.
Okay, I'm a guard here in that loan.
Yeah.
I can't go anywhere in Dublin.
Yeah.
That's where I'm.
I'm not here to have a debate. My job is to force the law.
that's how much we've been put under. But thankfully, there were some within those ranks that did fight back, that did stand up for us.
Please get out. Get out of this property. Immediately get out. Get out of this property immediately. Out. I don't want to hear anything. Out of this property immediately. I don't want to hear a word. Out. Out. Out of this property immediately until you come back with a warrant. Out. 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 Out of this property. Immediately out. Immediately go out and don't come back. I don't want to talk to you. Not a word. Out of this out of this property. Immediately out. I don't care what you have to say. Out. Out. Out of this property, you Nazis. Out. Out. Gestapo is not allowed here. Immediately, Gestapo is not allowed. Out. Do you understand English? Get out of this property. Go. So go. Go. And don't come back without the warrant. Out, Nazi. Out. Out. You understand? Nazis are not welcome here. Out. And don't come back without the warrant. Do not come back without the warrant. You understand that? You're not welcome here. Nazis are not welcome here. Gestapo is not welcome here. Do not come back, you Nazi psychopaths. Unbelievable, sick, evil people. Intimidating people in a church during the Passover. You Gestapo, Nazi, communists, fascists. Don't you dare coming back here. Can you imagine those psychopaths? Passover, the holiest Christian festival in a year, and they're coming to intimidate Christians. during the holiest festival? Unbelievable. What is wrong with those sick psychopaths? It's beyond me.
That's a man.
Yeah. Well, that's a Christian man, a white
Yeah.
Christian man, by the way. Yeah.
Well, we don't have a lot of men of courage. We don't have anyone with much courage nowadays.
Well, yeah, for the most part, unfortunately, that showed. And that, that's what I'm combating. It is the conditioning. We're already conditioned years in advance before all this happened to come to this place, to have this fear and to treat each other the same way and to be, doom preppers and, every man for himself kind of thing.
Yeah.
So, and that's how fascism again works. And this man that we just saw is actually from, I can't remember, it was some Slavic nation. I think it was Romania.
Artur Pavlovsky or something.
Oh, I'm okay. Do you remember
Well, I can't remember his whole name. Eastern Europe, their names become hard to say, polysyllabic.
Right.
I lived in a city where a lot of our parishioners had Polish names.
Mm. Yeah, it might have been Poland, now that you mentioned. I can't remember. At any rate, he had experienced communism firsthand. And so that's why he was so passionate with the COVID Gestapo and did such a good job with them. The thing was, they tried to come back. Again, he chased them off. And so what they did, again, the law behaving illegally, what they did was they waited for him down the street during a service. And when he left, they ambushed him and treated him like an enemy of the state, dragging him in the cuffs to prison and put him in prison for about a week. He got lawyers involved. He got a lot of support, thankfully. And he sued him civilly. I'm not sure where that went, but we understand the offspring of I can't think of his name now. Wow, my brain doesn't work when I do streams for some reason. The Cuban dictator, what was his name?
Castro.
Rachel? Thank you very much. God bless you. Castro. The offspring of Castro over there, I think he's under siege right now, being held accountable for all his behaviors.
I think he's dead. It's his brother who inherited the throne.
No, I'm kidding. I'm actually talking about the Canadian leader that we all love so much, who treated the truckers.
Justin up north.
Trudeau, yeah. Treated the truckers like enemies of the state for literally peacefully protesting.
A lot of Canadians can't stand that guy, which makes me think of some stuff that Austin Fitz has said.
What's that?
Oh, about the end goal is to make all politicians look like buffoons, so people of all nations will cry out for a different government.
Yeah, I've got to wonder, again, it's my belief that they're trying to, when they're openly saying build back better, New World Order, they were open about that during this lockdown.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It disturbed me how they kept saying new normal.
Right.
It made me feel sick. I said to my family, don't you hear them saying why do they keep saying new normal on television and everywhere? I said, it's like they want to make this state of affairs permanent. Oh, and you're just imagining things.
Wow.
It's just that they noticed these slogans and catchphrases they kept inserting everywhere. On TV, on the radio, basically advertisements, the news, and you'd even go to the stores and you'd hear things like, remember to wash, instead of the normal music, or sometimes they turn off the music in the big box stores that remained open. They'd say, stay 6 feet apart. Remember to socially distance. It was creepy. And and a lot of people seem to tune it out and not listen for some reason, but it creeped me out.
Yeah.
I've always been, I don't know, it's like when I'd hear these songs when I was a teenager, everyone would tone out the words except me. I'd listen to the lyrics.
This creeps me out and it enrages me.
Yeah.
That creepy smile. Isn't she a BLM leader? I believe. I could be wrong.
Looks cruel. It looks cruel. It's like, haha, I'm keeping kids from breathing and restricting their developing brains from oxygen while I sit here barefaced because I'm royalty. I'm an elitist. Ha ha.
Yeah. I mean, literally, not to mention, yeah, just, yeah, I mean, it's just, we'll get into the masks and how backward that was and each dictate during the lockdown. But the fact that they're still doing this, I mean, again, I teach in classrooms, and there's teachers that are actually pushing for students to show solidarity with this student who has OCD. Everyone wear your muzzle tomorrow. And they're getting
How
away
is
with
that supposed to help the kid with OCD?
it. It's not. It's all about, yeah, this pure evil, this control over us. You know, some even say that it's reflective of this pagan Masonic ritual. And
Well, I noticed in 2020, I looked up occult masks out of curiosity. I actually Googled it. And I noticed that there had been a site up for years before, like the 2015 or so, called Luciferian Apothecary. And they had the same cloth masks, not the surgical, but the cloth masks that we had been wearing in black.
right. I mean,
And I noticed the most popular color was black that everybody was encouraged to wear. It was like it became a fashion statement. I thought, this is creepy and wrong. You know, I actually preferred surgical masks because they looked medical. You know, I didn't like the idea of turning them into fashion statements. I hated them, even when I
well,
thought maybe they were necessary.
mhm. Well, even the media has been using the same faceless demonic figure throughout all kinds of movies and so on, and it's extremely reminiscent. We even had people with with fake smiles on their muzzles, just like you would see on the movies and that type of thing, or the skin tone face masks that made them look even more creepy in my mind. But they were being fashionable in
Slender
theirs.
Man.
What is it?
There is a monster. He's really tall and skinny. It's basically like a meme monster online. I think he figures into creepy pastas, but like internet culture, if you want to call it that.
Hmm.
There are these internet legends called creepy pastas, and they're pictured.
Oh yeah.
One is Jeff the Killer, and then there's one called Slender Man, and he actually inspired young people to commit horrible crimes in the real world.
Wow.
They went nuts and said that they heard him talking to them, and who knows, it might have been a demon. But
You know,
they were considered insane and put in like forensics mental hospitals after they brutally murdered a girl.
go figure. Yeah, and actually, I included them in one of my edited videos. It's funny you say that, where a murder thing where a girl actually, um, or a group of girls actually murdered their friends because of the Slender Man thing.
He has
And
pearly little eyes and no face except for those.
mm, and yeah, the parents were warned that there's some strange behavior going on. The parents didn't care. I mean, that's crazy. It's one thing to not know. It's another to just not care as a parent. And that's, I mean, we see a lot of that too. Um, so yeah, that was images of the Gestapo. I had all kinds of videos. I couldn't find. It seemed like half the stuff that I had, I thought was organized. When you go try to, when I went, go, or at least when I go try to find something, I can't find it when I need it, that kind of thing. After this live stream, I'm sure I'll be able to find them. But I don't know if you guys saw the video of the mother in the New York subway. This was at the very beginning of the lockdown. Nobody's walking around at that point. She was practically there by herself and one child. And the police basically surrounded her and, started harassing her because not that she wasn't wearing a mask, but because she briefly lowered it to get some air while she was on the train with nobody around, just her and herself. Yeah. And so they're sitting there following her around all the way up to the surface level and harassing her and that kind of thing. And basically, you know, she's like, y'all. She finally got fed up. She's like, and they started pushing her around and getting physical with her. And she's like, you know, trying to explain to him. She's like, when they start getting physical with her, it's like she goes, "You get away from me." She doesn't hit him. She doesn't spit on him. She doesn't do anything. She just yells back and "Get your hands off me!" They have a right to do so. With that Nazi Gestapo, as the clergyman well put. And what do? A young mother with her child there, literally doing nothing, but actually doing the right thing, taking something that's detrimental to her health off so she can breathe. The police sat there and tackled her like she's some kind of threat right in front of her child. Her child's freaking out. I mean, I wish I had that video to share so you can see it for yourself. I don't know if I'm doing it justice, but that's the degree to what the Gestapo was doing. I don't know if they have any excuse for themselves.
Yeah, it's like they enjoyed being jerks.
Well, jerks is putting it lightly.
Yeah, they enjoyed being cruel and hurting people.
Yeah. Not all of them, but even those that didn't want to do it were being compliant out of fear, didn't want to lose their job.
Oh, I know. I was talking about the kind that took delight in it, like tackling that mother.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there were definitely those. And here's one of them. Here's a wifey that's bragging about her husband's Gestapo behavior. Helen Carter. My wonderful husband told me that he was responding to a call last night about some loser making a scene in Walmart over being asked to wear a mask. So he provoked the guy, her husband provoked the loser, quote unquote, into resisting arrest, gave him some good blows to the head, and held the guy overnight. I love this man so much, y'all. Okay. And she had more things like that to post. She was attacking the what they call anti-vaxxers, or the people with the brain. You know,
I seriously wonder if that woman gets beriberi or something, if anyone will feel sorry for her.
What is
right
that?
Now? I think about people getting heart problems or beriberi or something.
What is beriberi?
It's like MS. Basically, you can lose all the function of your legs.
Wow.
It can be a horrific thing. And I wonder if that happens to someone like that woman, who will feel sorry for her. I guess we should pity her, but a lot of the people who would show her compassion are alienated and angry, I bet. Even those who've let it go remember what a jerk she's been and how she's shown herself to be bad. And then the new friends, the so-called friends she's found solidarity with, are jerks like she is. I've seen them make fun of each other for getting crippled, or shaming each other and telling each other to shut up.
Wow.
When they would start having seizures after getting the safe and effective treatment. It's like what comes around goes around.
Right.
And right now it's really going around because the people behind this don't really give a rip about anybody. And if we bully each other, we'll have no one to turn to when the times are rough.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought in that 100% safe and effective. 100% safe and effective. For a while, they dropped it down to 90% safe and effective. Because they had to, because the truth was coming out that it was protecting no one. If anything, it was making things worse.
Yes.
And meanwhile, let's not jump ahead to the vaxxers. But yeah, we're getting into the vaxxers here. But, as far as socialist media, I mean, look at the procedures. This is a meta at this point. This is the implementation of the vaxxers, and you couldn't, I couldn't speak to my father, who was fully vaccinated and isolated and all that, over the phone without him having his Gestapo caretaker, quote unquote caretaker, yelling at him to put his muzzles up to his eye. For what? Right. So just to torture him and me. And she wasn't. Well, I'll leave the race thing out, but yeah, maybe coincidence. I doubt it. And those
I
of you
I prefer to focus on actions and behaviors.
Right. So those of you who watch my other stream know my story about being raised and all the abuses that I was had to endure because of my skin tone, by quote unquote African Americans. That's an offense to African Americans to label that, by the way. And many blacks agree with that. They hate that label. So anyway, yeah, and so it was quite evident what was going on there. It was a hate crime against my father and me, and she should be ashamed of herself. So anyway, yeah, I had to go through this. I was kicked off a fascist book, again, for exposing acts of pedophilia in the historical Muslim migration. Firsthand proof evidence. I was kicked off for that. They didn't follow their own procedure at the time. I was kicked off right around when Candace Owens was kicked off, and a half a year before the Donald was kicked off of anything. Yeah. So back then, things weren't quite officially commie online. They were still censoring people illegally, especially Facebook, which was a public utility at the time. And so they had no authority to be doing the things that they were doing. But they were doing it anyway, even though Zuckerberg had already been called before Congress for doing things illegally. Somehow he became even much more powerful afterward. So yeah, you see here another one where Meta was asking for a Vax pass to log in. I mean, I'm not familiar with that. Yeah, but they had me do to try to get back on. They had me do face recognition after they illegally, not even following their own company's policies. In fact.
Oh yeah, they wanted to see my ID once when I accidentally got locked out. Eventually, I found my way back on, and then I finally decided to cancel it at the end of 2020.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, www equals 666 in Hebrew. Vav, vav, vav. And it's evident why they call it the web or the net and all these things. It's a trap. Thankfully, there's people in there that are fighting the good fight. But judging by the fruits, for the most part, it's been bad. All right, so let me share this video.
Why are you here?
So like I told you, okay, we just posted something on Facebook and I just want to see, should I have any concern about what you post on Facebook?
You should have no concern about what I post on Facebook. This is a free country.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
That's right.
To talk to you. I'm not going to be today. I'm just here to talk to you. So.
I don't understand why you're here for anything that's posted on Facebook. When you go talk to Mark Zuckerberg, you gotta go talk to Mark Zuckerberg. You got a problem with something on Facebook. This is ridiculous.
I just want to talk to you for a sec.
I don't want to talk or even entertain this. This is ridiculous. Go find a crime, you guys. Go do something.
Sounds good.
Oh yeah. Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you very much.
Again, that sounded like it was Canada. I don't want to guess. I'm not sure about that, but maybe not. At least the cop had an accent.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there you go. And they use that type of fear mongering to force us to police each other and ourselves, which they've been successful at. But yeah, thankfully people were pushing back finally, especially when it came to the vaxes. I mean, at this point, Rachel, we talked about the economy and how it crashed. They kept pushing the goalpost with the 2 weeks. That's how we bought into it. Okay.
Yeah.
They showed us all these videos that, especially in India, people dying in India. We saw videos where people were not dying in India, just like they're portraying. And everything true was hidden from us.
Oh.
Science was torn apart. Even the experts, the medical experts themselves, we'll talk about them, they were not allowed to share their facts. And this was early on.
When I saw doctors being censored from YouTube and Facebook, I got scared. It happened it started in summer. That made me very nervous. These medical experts, but they didn't fill the narrative.
That's a good point. That may have also played, I should say, a reason they did that was probably to, create more fear mongering. I didn't consider that, but that's an excellent point. So, let me share this video. This was, with all the people that lost their livelihoods, there were so many people that were suffering from so many ailments, physical ailments, because everyone was scared to go to the hospitals. That was one of the things. Oh, yeah, that was another lie. Oh, the hospitals are packed. This is an emergency. Look, our medical workers are heroes. And to this day, we're hearing about how the medical workers are heroes while they're sitting there making TikTok videos, doing, rehearsing dance things. Yeah. All right. So, but other people walked around these hospitals and showed video of the hospitals being empty. And that's what the doctors are saying. Nobody's coming. People have some serious ailments and they're scared to come because of all this fear mongering.
I wish I could show you the video, but I remember a video of this nurse on television. There was a recording talking about how she saw people who believed in Trump dying in the bed because they wouldn't wear masks and socially distance and stuff. It was before the shot came out, and she couldn't quit laughing at the thought of it. And then someone said we thought it was creepy, even assuming it was true. She was basically laughing at dying people. A horrible nurse who I would not want at my bedside. I'd rather die without anyone. But at any rate, people looked her up and said she doesn't even work at that hospital.
I'm hoping that you can.
No kidding.
Yeah.
That was interesting. Okay.
It was all a hoax. Yep.
Yeah. Let me see if I can share this. Usually, it's not going to let me do it. Okay. Let's share it this way. I want to make sure I share this one. And we've talked about him quite a bit. So without further ado, why is it doing this? Oh, I need 2 monitors. Okay. This is so bad. All right, let's try this. All right, can you guys see that video? Rachel, can you see the video?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Let me know if you cannot hear it, Rachel, okay?
Invader Zuck.
Yeah. All right, here we go.
So I'm hoping that you can tell us a bit more about how your understanding of what we should do has evolved, and maybe some of the areas where your guidance for people around the country has changed.
Evolved. Woo, you used the big buzzword, and so now we have to buy into it because there's an evolution going on here.
Yes, evolution is science.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, when you're dealing with something that's changing in real time, Mark, that's really the nature of science. You look at the data and the information you have at any.
Hold on. Things are changing in real time is the nature of science. What?
I thought it was a set list of rules we had to follow.
Yeah, and well tested and peer reviewed, and going through all kinds of scrutiny before it's accepted, not ever changing.
Oh wait, science is a guy that only Fauci and expert shamans like him can contact. They have to be the mouthpiece for the rest of us.
Yeah, and Mark Zuckerberg personally highlights, while he blocks people like me for complaining about pedophilia and Islamic invasion of the world.
Given time, and you make a decision with regard to policy based on that information. As the information changes, then you have to be flexible enough and humble enough to be able to change how you think about things.
We have to be quote unquote open-minded. We have to change about how we think about things. Science is not science
and
anymore.
Humble, like Fauci isn't.
Humble. This is a cult now. You have to be my follower. Believe everything that comes out of my mouth.
And I think, one of the important things that we're emphasizing right now that really evolved from
evolved. They said it twice, so now it's official. Now we have to believe everything they say.
It's real science, folks.
Situation that did change is our insistence now on wearing masks. I mean, masks are very important.
Especially if you are a pagan. I can't do his voice.
Shamans put a lot of stock in their masks.
Yeah. I mean, and this guy did the 2 and 3 masks and all that, but he was caught not wearing a mask, of course. I mean, how many of them? In fact, I even caught my Chinese students not wearing masks. And then one of the videos was cut on early by one of the kids. And instead of not wearing the masks, and then all of a sudden he saw that it was on. He's like, freaks out, and he starts scrambling to put his mask on. And the teacher sees, and he's getting upset, and he's putting on his mask on. So it could be a thing where it was a thing of quote unquote defiance, or people with a brain and doing the right thing, and accidentally got caught for the video because we are talking about communist China. Or it could be something else going on there. I don't know. To this day, I'm not sure what's going on with China, because I mean, they literally locked us down where we weren't even allowed to interact with them on the internet anymore. And that was in I think it was late 21.
And I noticed something similar happened with Russia in the meantime, too. For a while, they blocked down Russia, so we couldn't see what was going on.
Yeah, and both China and Russia have their own fascist book, their own, things that are locked down. They locked down even the internet. And they both also, by the way, had their own serums. So, yeah. Again, BRICS, people. Look at the BRICS and how, the horror Babylon. I'm just going to throw this out there real quick. You take what it's worth. I'm not saying it's true, but it just seems to me this is the case where the U.S. is like the beast with horns and heads and multiple heads and so on, especially if you include the mark of the beast, www, the internet, and their control over the world because of it, their influence over the world because of it. We saw that in the lockdown.
What about the Scarlet Lady who rides the beast?
Yeah, that's Israel.
Babylon.
The horror Babylon, that's Israel. And if you see their attitude toward Islam, the real attitude, and how they've been promoting it for over a century, by the way, amongst other things, and how even David Wood and the apostate prophet was complaining how the Israel was protecting Islam while they were during the recent visit there. That's my interpretation. The horror Babylon rides the beast, controls the beast, controls U.S. for sure, UK, so many other nations on so many levels. And then BRICS, the Red Dragon, led by China, not Russia. It comes in and knocks them over, So that's what we're seeing to this day, step by step, and every level. BRICS is taking over the media, taking over the economies, and militarily, including saturating all these nations with their 21st century Gestapo, not these vaxxers, but the Muslims. They're SS. Anyway, sorry, yeah.
Putin is not the hero some people think he is.
Yeah. I mean, that's a whole other discussion. I will be covering that too, but I don't want to get to that. I'll call it church politics for the moment.
They protect you from giving infection to someone else if you happen to be inadvertently infected, and I'll get back to that in a moment.
He's going to circle back to that. Oh, please do.
Because there's such a significant percentage of the cases that are actually without symptoms. So
what is being affected but not having symptoms?
That is insane. Of course, I'd heard something earlier on Mad in America about asymptomatic depression. People, I kid you not, people are saying, well, you're depressed, you have the disease of depression, but you don't feel sad because it's asymptomatic. Basically, it was to sell pills to people.
Oh, my God. And I experienced that firsthand. Actually, when I had an injury, I was working for the biggest trucking company at the time. And I had an injury, so I was in one of these urgent care, McDonald's facilities. And they had a doctor there working who was already retired and basically working there without a license. Go figure. So anyway, while he was talking to me and trying to put a child's knee brace on my elbow, because that's all he had. I mean, and he was trying to tell me to go back to work, giving me a prescription for some kind of crazy pain medication. When the prescription said right on the bottle, do not operate heavy vehicles, and trucks, by the way, 80-ton vehicles. He gets interrupted by a drug salesman. It was I believe it was Nexium, the purple pill, little purple pill. You remember that commercial? I got a story about that. Anyways, he was telling this doctor, hey, you sell this number of units and we'll give you, vacation. You sell these number of units and so on and so forth. So all these monetary incentives to push pills that were highly advertised, by the way, on people. And years later, I went to Greece and they were pushing this Nexium stuff over the counter. No doubt. I'm sorry, my stomach's not feeling. Oh, let me give you Nexium. Like, what is going on?
A lot of Western countries, America, Europe, and other places that speak English, they just push pills like nobody's business.
Yeah, and by the way, let me get back to, I believe it was aspirin. It was called aspirin. Back then, not bear. It was a bear. One or the other. I don't want to misspeak. You can fact check it yourself. But it was, I believe, in the late 70s, early 80s, where it was found to be causing something like cancer. It was a carcinogen or something, and so they took it off the U.S. market. So what do? They turn around and sell it to European nations. So you got Greeks that are running around because it's being advertised. Hey, this is a good thing. Now giving it to their children. I mean, the medical tyranny goes way back. And I put in the chat a book by Michael Crichton, a Harvard graduate, a practitioner of medicine in the city that provides the best healthcare in the world, at least allegedly, Boston. And he wrote a lot of books. He wrote, in fact, a classic while he was still in university, a couple of them, in fact. One of them was the Andromeda strain, speaking of which. So yeah, he wrote a nonfiction called 5 Patients. I encourage everyone to read that. It's a real eye-opener. It's 5 case studies and general malpractices of medicine. Even go way back to the 70s.
Yeah.
One at any given time could be infected, don't even know it, and feel perfectly well. So you have a responsibility.
Oh, look at that. Technology on a live conference with Mark Zuckerberg himself. It's failing. We're having a flaw. Look at the terror in this freak's face. Oh, the technology is not working, and yet they want to, put microchips into our brains.
Oh yeah. Well, if you read about those microchips and the monkeys they've been put into, you wouldn't want your brain messed with.
Yeah, I've got a side document. I'll touch on that too. But yeah, it's exactly. I mean, they tested this on animals. The microchipping, by the way. I know we're jumping here, but this is before the lockdown. They tested it on animals. The test results came back as hazardous, and despite that, they still implemented it with people, with the early adopters. Look, well, I'm cool. I'm gonna get a microchip in my hand so I can not have to use my ID card to get into my job. And they were advertising that.
Or my keys to get into my house. Of course, if something happens to your hand, good luck with that.
Yeah, and in Europe, I mean, people can actually use. I mean, from some countries, a few, but they did it where people can use their microchip to cash out, to get scanned instead of using their credit card. So, I mean, and this again, does it sound familiar? Then the lethal serums were the same thing. They found they were detrimental. They not only they allowed people to do it, they pushed it on people, and they not only pushed it, of course, people, they forced people to take these lethal serums. We see the pattern here. Anyway.
Yeah.
You can get protected. Now, early on, when we were in a situation in which there was a real concern about the lack of personal protective equipment.
Lack of personal protective equipment. Is he talking about a surgical mask that only surgeons wear while they're doing operations? So when there's an open wound, and again, your skin is a protective barrier, it protects you from all these things.
Yeah.
So that's why they wear the mask, because there's an open wound and now the barrier is now exposed. And they only do it momentarily, and it's only effective to some degree. So
this sounds gross, but it isn't to protect you from them breathing in you. It's because dentists wear these masks as well. It's because sometimes saliva, when they're bending over and working intensely, a drop of real saliva could get in the wound or your mouth.
Or boogers.
So that's what the mask does. It keeps drops of saliva, not air viruses, from getting into your the wound or open mouth.
Yeah, my favorite part, one of my favorite memes during this lockdown, during the first phase of the lockdown, was this picture. I can't remember. I think it was Tobey Maguire. He was like in a Walmart smiling. They got him in a Walmart smiling. He's asking the question, is that mask working for you? Can you smell my fart? I know.
Well, his pants should have held it back if masks work.
His pants? I'm sorry?
Pants are cloth you wear over the place where the gas comes out of. So if masks work, you wouldn't smell those to begin with unless the person was naked. That's a good point.
Yeah, I mean, that's two layers. You're right. The pants and the mask, and it's still getting through. But yet, these masks are going to protect us from, the gain of function prions.
On the part of the health providers who needed it, who put themselves in harm's way every day to take care of people who are ill with this virus.
So the people that were protesting against the backward, onerous, fat medical tyranny were fired, were asked to leave or fired.
Yep.
And the rest were heroes, the ones that sold us out.
Yeah.
That we were thinking we would run out of masks and other things for them. So the recommendation was not to wear a mask because of the shortage of it. Two things happened. One, it became clear that we had enough of the equipment, so there was no shortage. It became,
do you think so?
Clear that cloth coverings that you didn't have to buy in a store, that you could make yourself, were adequate. And thirdly, and probably the...
Do you think so? Okay, so I guess this is a later interview where he's having to admit his dictates were BS, or I should say their dictates.
Most compelling thing.
Sorry?
I pointed out to other people, Fauci has admitted that he's lying. And that he actually said, the second time he smirks and says, masks save lives. And I said, okay, which time was he lying? Either way, if he's lying now, why do we believe him? If he was lying then, he doesn't care. He's willing to lie even if it kills people. Why should we trust this guy?
Yeah, I mean, the tells that he's given off, the duper's delight is insatiable. He's shaking his head when he's trying to affirm something. He's soothing. He's doing the self-soothing motions, showing that he's nervous. Speaking of nervous, Zuckerberger over there is like nonstop swallowing, like he's on trial. I mean, it's insane. It's a debacle what they're doing right now.
Is when it became very clear that anywhere from 20 to 45% of people who were infected didn't have any symptoms. So the risk of your being in contact with someone who said, well, you look good, I look good, we're not infected, was not the case, that you could be spreading it asymptomatically. You put all of those things together, which had us evolve from saying...
Evolve the third time. Okay, now we can't say anything about it.
Maybe we should hold off on masks because we needed them for the healthcare workers to say now everybody should be wearing a mask when they're outside and should be trying to distance. That's one example of evolving as you get more data and you get more information.
In case you missed it, it's evolving.
I have a question here asking if there are any known adverse effects about wearing a mask at all.
Oh, the big money question. And it's an edit. I got to wonder what they edited out. What kind of nonsense they edited out. Yeah, I'm not going to play. I bet, can you guys in the chat guess what he's going to say now? What is he going to say about the adverse effects, about these lethal serums that are large? I'm sorry, they're not talking about lethal serums. He's talking about the adverse effects of masks. My apologies. Yeah, he's going to talk about the adverse effects of masks. We're going to get to the vaxes here. Yeah, you know what? I can't take this anymore. Maybe I should stop here. We get the idea. He's going to promote that there's no adverse effects. It's all a conspiracy theory. We have Snopes on the job and the like. Yeah. So Um, yeah. Sorry, breakfast gone. Yeah, that's hilarious.
Yeah, just think if all these asymptomatic people go around infecting others with this asymptomatic disease, and I might have a whole bunch of people who are sick and don't even know it, so they can't quarantine.
Yeah. I mean, and again, let's just go over the dictates. We had the mask, which is the biggest thing, and something we still see. We still see the social distancing is still ingrained in us as fear of other people. Oh, okay. So, all right. All right. Anyways, and what else? What else do we? What other dictates did we have to endure, Rachel? Was it the social distancing, the muzzles? What am I forgetting here?
For a long time, things were locked down. I didn't own a small business, but I remember most places were not allowed to open for a few weeks. And we weren't allowed to go to church.
Mm. Yeah.
We could go to church, school. There are a few big box stores open. Restaurants, chain restaurants were allowed to open if they had like drive-through or carry out. A bunch of stupid rules, and people said, and even when restaurants open, they wear masks until you sit down and eat. Someone said, well, you mean that eating means you can't infect people? It just, or that I guess the virus is really super tall, so it won't infect you if you hunker down. So maybe if you want to breathe free, you just bend down a little to remove it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, it was just insane. And so they established a new norm, especially with the self-policing. Not only the fear of our neighbors policing us, and that was a reality too. I don't have any of those videos somehow, but all the crazy people freaking out and yelling at people in the elevators, on airplanes, on public spaces, everywhere. You're not wearing your mask, you're gonna kill me, freaking out. Like,
I struggled at the time. I know this is wrong and sinful, but I felt like I hated humanity so much at that time.
Well, that's part of it. That's definitely part of it. And that's why I keep calling WWW what it is, 666, to remind people, you know what? Judge it by its fruits. If it's triggering these passions, the fear, the hatred, and all the envy, all these things, lust, I mean, how is that good?
Pray. If you're a Christian, pray, forgive them, Father, for they know not what they do.
Amen.
Well, I have to go now. I wish I could stay longer, but
no, that's all right. Thank you for being with us. I appreciate your contributions.
Oh, thank you for having me, Nick. God bless you, everybody.
All right. Take care. God bless.
Goodbye.
Okay. Yeah, I'm going to keep the stream going. We might have Christian apologists join us in a little bit, but there's just so much to cover, and we've only gotten through the first year of the lockdown, if that. I mean, we didn't even share much from that, to be honest with you. But I want to keep it going because thankfully, people started pushing back. I was definitely one of them, and people thought I was crazy for doing it. But if we were more like the clergyman that we saw, or the person who was, mocking the officer who shows up at his doorstep for what he posted on social media about the lockdown. Yeah, the world would be a better place. Not only they would have not been able to deal with what they did, get away with it. It would have never happened because we're the ones that executed, not reality. But yeah, right now we wouldn't be suffering the way we are, economically especially. That was still part of the plan. But so many people died because of the lockdown. Some people committed suicide because of the lockdowns, because of the isolation. That isolation was a major contributor to the psychosis. Okay, it's a major cause of it. The social distancing, the depression alone reduces your immune system, like you were saying. And just there were people in countries that weren't even able to feed themselves. I mean, the economy had become so bad, they were literally starving to death because of the lockdown. And so they were offering themselves because they felt like they had no choice. Now, some things are being said about that, thankfully, in retrospect. But, we're still obviously not out of the woods. What kills me is that nobody has been held accountable. Not a single person. Not Fauci, not Burla, the Greek Jew, which sounds like an oxymoron, but yeah, he's actually, there's things in my thumbnail about how he hasn't been arrested. How has anyone not been arrested? Not a single person to date, with all the findings, with all the facts that came out, including the fatalities, not to mention all the medical adverse effects from the vaxes, but even the lockdown, all this fascist corporate, what can you even call it? This stuff is crazy. It's so crazy. It's beyond words, beyond description. I mean, it's baffling. But nobody has been held accountable. No media, no commie media. They're still not only not being held accountable, but they're getting even worse. Again, NSA is taking over the internet. Can't wait to see what the NSA internet looks like, officially, I should say. But thank God there were people that were pushing back. Of course, people didn't know about that, at least not mainstream, because that was being hidden. All the facts were being hidden. All the facts were being denied. The exact opposite of the truth was being pushed instead, which is satanic, uncreation. The Church of California, Satanic Rite, Church of Satan, literally has that as his agenda, to do the exact opposite of what is true, what is good, what is Christian, to break all the commandments. And that's what we see in media, and that's what we see in postmodern culture. The exact opposite of reality being pushed. So yeah, this brings us to the vaxes. And I was actually kicked off. The last thing I did was complain about pedoism on Fascist Book. And they kicked me out again without using their own policies, ignoring their own policies. But right before that, I mean, literally like maybe an hour or so, I was watching a football game and I was posting different things. I was methodically posting these things I know to get in trouble for. But right before that, I sent a message to my family members, a messenger. And having worked for Pfizer myself, and having seen all the trends, in fact, I'd written a children's book and a screenplay in 2019. I'd begun 2 of those things, warning about a possible forced inoculation. So obviously, through mass media, they were prepping us for that because I was prompted to write about it. Yeah, basically, sorry, I lost my train of thought here. It's just so much. It's just insane. Well, yeah, the messenger message. So having that background, having that understanding, I warned. I said, you know what? What's the most influential medical company on the planet? Pfizer. I work for them. I know them. I've seen what they can do. So I told my family members in Messenger, buy stock in Pfizer, and when you see that the money that you earn is blood money, dump it for what it is. So, boom, I get kicked off like that, and I also, for sharing someone else's post, by the way, it wasn't even my own material. I shared someone else's post, and they allegedly kicked me off for that. But I have my questions, because here's the thing: I asked pretty much all those family members about that message, and none of them got that message. How about that? How is it that a group message thing, nobody got that message? I mean, yeah, the tyranny is just beyond description, beyond belief. But it's real. It's happened, and we need to hold them accountable. We need to keep pressure on, even though they come up with this excuse, Ukraine versus Russia, and that's why we're economically suffering. Or now the latest thing, Israel, the ongoing war between Judaism and Islam, like this something new, and World War III and this and that. I mean, all these things, all these distractions. We need to hold them accountable. They were being held accountable in the court systems. That's why they had to stop. We need to keep the pressure on, because as we're sleeping, as they're putting us back in sleep with all these red herrings, they're getting away with killing people slowly that were in the forefront of this fight. And if they're gone, then who's going to pick up that battle? Who's going to? as one I think it was New Zealand or Australian said it, the one party in Australia, next man up. Got to keep going. So thankfully, yeah, they started pushing these vaxes in Europe, at least in Greece. What they did was they said, oh, you just vax the elderly. If they want to continue to get their benefits, their financial benefits, they've got to get vaxxed. And of course, the people did the whole sacrificial thing. Oh, we'll just sacrifice the elderly. It's okay. And so they agreed to it. And then when they got that implemented, they went to the next step. Oh, you want to keep your jobs. Now you've got to get vaxxed. Or otherwise you'll get penalized or, fired or ostracized or even in prison because you're being put. I don't know if prison was an option, but definitely the fines, the federal fines and ostracization from your employers. In fact, they were running around and forcing people to get inoculated. I mean, all over the world, even in third world countries.
We have scattered populations in Peru. Our new strategy is to go to them. We've done this since September by reaching the most remote indigenous communities. One of them is the Uros Islands in Puno.
How sad, man. And we're proud of that. There was even children that were handicapped that couldn't fend for themselves or being forced vaccinated. An immigrant at a job, I saw the military running around. Remember, the military was running around forcing people to take these lethal serums. Going to people impromptu by surprise at their job, recording it and showing it as a public service. Of course, forcing the guy to take his vaccine on the job, on the spot, with his boss standing there, his boss laughing. So you anti-vaxxer, I got the military to come give you a vax. Now you have to take it. You can't say you're too busy to take it. And the guy, what's he going to do? He's got to keep his job. On video, they showed how the military could show up anywhere you're at and force you to take the serum. Again, we had the Nuremburg trials. But what's going on right now with this greatest medical tyranny in world history? Not a single person being arrested. No Nuremberg trial. No capital punishment, which some of them deserve. No hearing, at least. No lethal injection, electric chair. Firing range like they did in the Nuremberg trials. And again, look up Burla. We'll talk about him specifically, but everything I'm sharing with you today is vetted, is factual, with abundant proof. We'll get to all the proofs, time permitting, and Nazi, Communist, Gestapo permitting. Okay. Yeah. So thankfully, they went to the elderly. Then they forced citizens, working citizens, to do it. Some of them still held out, thank God. And despite all of a sudden all these reports, all the medical people warning about this, the science, not all, but so many people that were actually involved in creating these lethal serums, warning us about the dangers of it. The people that with the PCR testing they were using, the creator of it, warning us it's not supposed to be used to tell you whether or not you have something, a disease, but rather it's for academic reasons. In other words, you can put this test, the PCR test, through more cycles and prove that there's a trace of something, anything. And that was put to the test by different government agencies, in fact, worldwide, where they would sit there and take samples of water or fruit, and it was found that the fruits in the water had COVID, which was absolute lie, of course. Oh, and by the way, the euthanasia of the livestock. Why were farmers back in 2020, the first year of the lockdown, why were they being told to destroy their own livestock? And, the supply chain shortage is going on now. And, there's all this discussion about fires and so on and so forth, but let's not get off on a tangent about that. But clearly there's Georgia Guidestone's agenda being implemented here. So after they did all these things to the adults and all these adverse effects were going on, the VAERS reporting and so on and so forth, this was still being pushed, including by Biden, who was pushing for the disarming of citizens because I have a nuke. And if you don't give your weapon, I have a nuke. I mean, does it get much more like a dictator than that? Who else in world history has threatened to nuke his own population other than Biden? Take the max. I mean, he's pushing it over and over and over again, right? Wow. But thankfully, when it came to the children, I mean, people were already protesting all throughout Europe. We saw the Canada, the truckers, and so on. That was being hidden, but they were protesting. But when it came to the children, that was enough. Thank God.
That's okay. I'm just looking. Don't touch my phone.
You're not allowed to do that, so turn it off.
Indoctrinating the kids.
You cannot stay here. Sorry, sir.
Don't touch my phone, please.
Cannot have
Don't touch my phone.
You cannot film this model. You have to take a while.
Okay.
No, you can't film. There's a child there.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah, look at all the tyranny of the white Christian men, right? Sorry, I had to go there. So yeah. Thankfully, we started pushing back when it came to the kids. I mean, that was enough. And civil cases were being won. Congress was getting involved. What really bothered me, and even recently, some European leader I saw online was trying to make it an issue that the problem was the gain of function. And that's what Fauci was being drilled on in Congress, whether or not the gain of function of spike protein or prion or whatever you want to call it, whether or not that was a real thing, whether or not the US and China was involved in that. No, not about the lockdown and its implications, not about the masks as he was going on and about, or the 6 feet of social distancing. Does it get much more oxymoronic than social distancing? The crazy dictates of a curfew, like somehow this virus knows when it's 10 p.m. and then becomes more dangerous because it puts on its mask and it's going to rob you or something. And the crazy dictates of you can go to Walmart, but you can't go to the local mom and pop store. They've got to shut down and go out of business. You can go to a place where there's more people, not a place where there's less. And on and on and on and on. Nobody, I mean, I just can't believe how nobody to this day is being held accountable, has been held accountable properly. But slowly, as some people do continue the fight, there are some that are being held accountable. We mentioned earlier that Trudeau is now being held accountable to some degree of his behavior, his fascist behavior with the truckers. But you might also remember this popular woman. New Zealand. That was one of the most fascist lockdown countries in the world at the time. And she's getting held accountable in courts by the High Court, not even civil suit. Those are happening too, but the law is actually stepping in and holding people accountable. Now, all I want to see is will they get what they deserve? just like the Nuremberg trials, these Hitlers need to get what they deserve. And that's that. All of them, including the media moguls, the mass media moguls that empowered us, that kept the truth from people who created the PCR test, people who created these vaxes, doctors in the medical field that were in there early trying to warn us about these things. They censored all this stuff. They need to be held accountable for that to the nth degree. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what else to be said about that. I've got a bunch of things. It's kind of difficult. Forgive me, folks, but it's kind of difficult to keep track of all the things that I have to share here. But I'm going to try to share these one by one. Yeah. I mean, what do you guys think? Am I crazy here? Is the lockdown still going or what? I mean, it just seems like you walk around and people are still muzzled. Again, vaccines are being pushed on the elderly. Lockdowns are still being pushed on nursing homes, schools, children being coerced to muzzle themselves. Is it ongoing? The economic oppression, the treatment of people still on media, despite all these things, all the facts, people being held accountable, this stuff is still getting pushed. I mean, I just don't know what to say. Okay, so some of the videos that were taken down, you know, they did help. They did help. Thankfully, there are people that are still pushing this. They were creating their own channels. We saw at the very beginning the comedian McDonald, who, ironically, who passed out. She was like, "Oh, you know what? I got all these vaccines. I'm going to get more. There's no asymptomatic symptoms. Obviously, Jesus loves me." Cracks her head on the stage right at the moment. God intervenes. So, but let me remind you guys, or for those who have not seen these.
A Draper teenager hospitalized with blood clots, and tonight we are hearing from his mother. She spoke with ABC4's Nick McGurk.
She says her son, Everest Romney, is 6'9" tall. He's a 17-year-old, as healthy as you could ever imagine. At 6'9", he plays basketball for Cornier Canyon High. So the question is this: how did someone that she says had no underlying health conditions, was extremely healthy, end up in the ICU with a number of blood clots? On April 21st, 17-year-old Everest Romney got his vaccine shot.
We just heard it. We heard why. He got his ouchie Fauci thing, right? All of a sudden, he's got blood clots. Go figure. The new norm. Isn't that what we were saying earlier? They're pushing the new norm. Yeah. And yeah, I'm still trying to keep it going. I actually got tons to share. It's just difficult to do. Yeah, through StreamYard. I kind of miss using Prism. There was so much more freedom in that, by the way. Anyway, so yeah, about the blood clots. Have you guys heard anything about the blood clots? Have you guys heard of Dr. Jane Ruby and her work? You know, I mean, basically, they were finding things that were not supposed to be in your body. How can I put it? They were not biological. They were not natural. They were unnatural. They were, yeah, let me show you. Let me just. And again, her video, I have a video keyed up for her, but in fact, let me just go and show that. I know this is not the most popular thing, InfoWars, but they've done some good work over there too.
Well, everybody just needs to pray and start talking to their legislators, and I don't know what can be done. It's going to take years to fix this, I think.
Well, it's going to take years, it seems like, even for all of this to roll out, in terms of, you know, if young children are being injected right now, and if these mRNA instructions are ordering their bodies to build these biostructures in their arteries and blood vessels, that process can happen over several years, seemingly, and that would mean that we have already initiated what will be a long-term medical crisis involving younger and younger patients, and by the time the establishment perhaps acknowledges what's happening, we may have millions of people already on the countdown.
Yeah, I mean, I remember, at least with the CDC, we're talking over 10,000, 20,000. The numbers were going up by the thousands of not adverse effects, but of fatalities. The adverse effects, I mean, it goes on. And that was within the first year. Yet this stuff was still being pushed forcefully by dictators on some degrees, advertised. People were being shamed, which is insane. And again, where's the accountability? Not a single arrest yet. I'm waiting.
Clock to clot death. Your thoughts?
I agree with that. And it seems to be a cumulative effect. So if you made a mistake and got a vaccine, don't panic. Or your loved ones did, just try to encourage anybody that's thinking about getting to not get any more of it. And in the meantime, people like you and me and others that are the heroes of this, I think, are trying to work on solutions to maybe try to reverse this or to mitigate the effect.
Okay, well, I agree with you, and I want to thank you for taking the time today, Doctor. You have a lot of courage to speak out, and thank you for spreading this word of alarm around the world. Now, as we were just talking about the medical supply chain breaking down there, folks, you've got to understand, if you don't get prepared right now, you're going to be caught flat-footed. You're going to run out of food.
Seems crazy, Mike. It really does.
Okay.
Yeah, it is crazy. Well,
so this is a mortician, and he's talking about what I was just talking about. This what is it? The word is escaping me. I can't seem to think when I'm doing these streams for some reason. But yeah, not biological, not organic. What's the other word? Anyway, sorry, let him speak for himself.
Thanks to you sending me these clot samples, all kinds of people are kind of freaking out about what's going on. So show us, I understand you have some other vials there as well. Show us what you have collected, and then walk us through, how are you collecting these samples? Because a lot of people are very skeptical about where these have come from. So please tell us the procedure, how you're getting these clot samples.
Sure. When we embalm, we typically push fluid into an artery. This is an example of one of the files that I've got. And we force chemicals, formaldehyde, into the body, and then we allow the blood to drain out through a drain tube, and most of the time, a lot of times, they just come out of the body without having to be pulled. But sometimes,
what he's describing there, actually, the procedure that he's talking about is not to get specifically those blood clots out, but essentially the normal process that a funeral home parlor guy, oh my God, I can't think of any freaking word today. Forgive me, people. I don't know why I'm going brain dead, but a mortician, there we go. There's a word. That's a typical procedure they go through while they're doing the embalming. So in the process, he may talk about this, but basically these morticians, him and others, a network, which Dr. Jane Ruby was keeping track of and documenting what their findings. And they were under a lot of pressure for coming out and speaking too, just like all the medical experts, all the science experts. The whistleblowers were treated like enemies of the state for speaking facts to help people. These morticians that were coming out with this, their findings, their little physical findings in people's arteries, they were being ostracized and being threatened, take away your license, like the doctors and so on.
they start blocking the vessels, and we have to put in some forceps in order to pull these out, in order to allow the blood to continue to flow out of the body, so that we can replace it.
So
with.
Let me be clear. You're pushing embalming fluid into the vascular system, and then in many cases, as you said, these clot structures are just coming out on their own through the drain tube.
Yes. And when it gets clogged up, because some of these get really large, then we have to go in and try to manually pull them or help them out, so that way the blood continue to flow and the preservative can be added to the body.
Okay, so the big thing was myocarditis. For the longest time, that was a quote unquote conspiracy theory. But you know, the tens and thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, based on the CDC alone, the number was insane. Of myocarditis, including healthy young children. And we're going to show a video of that too. Again, I'm having all kinds of tech issues. I'm really hating StreamYard right now. I regret paying a subscription, especially when I don't have any money. Oh, by the way, forgive me for the shameless plug. If you can support me, I need a new computer. Links in the description. But yeah, I need to find a new platform because working with StreamYard is super frustrating. And thank you again, by the way, Give the Gospel, who's donated to that cause. Thank you. God bless you. Appreciate it. It's embarrassing to beg, but that's where I'm at right now. Anyway, yeah, so yeah, I mean, let me just go and let him finish talking. It's just insane. The medical facts, the medical tyranny, the communism, how the facts were withheld from people, and how much they've gotten away with to date, and are unfortunately still getting away with because 0 arrests so far.
Now, I want to, by the way, I've got a lot of questions for you, but I want to thank you for your courage. You are a true, oh my goodness. Okay.
Sample. So it's not just a hit and miss now. I see it all the time.
Well, the fact that you're doing this and that you sent me samples and that you're willing to go.
Again, even in children, they were vaccinating children for what? I mean, there were, you know, early on, medical doctors coming out, scientists coming out, virologists coming out and saying, hey, you know what? We've done the research. We have some data now, and extrapolating our research, less than 5% of people are dying from this plague. This was back in early to mid 2020, the very beginning of the lockdown. They're saying barely anyone's dying from it. Those who are dying from it already have one foot in the grave. They have comorbidities. They were treated like enemies of the state, liars, and so on and so forth. When all was said and done, that was what's true. Also, as far as a cure for their relatively non-lethal plague that was fabricated in Wuhan and in places in America, there was a cure for it, a number of cures that were proven with 100% efficacy. You don't get that number from science often, if not at all. But with 100% efficacy, those people were threatened, even arrested. The frontline doctors, the head of the frontline doctors, the face of it, was arrested for trying to help people, for spreading facts about science, about this quote-unquote plague. So yeah, ivermectin was the one, hydroxychloroquine was the other. There was yet another one. This guy was under siege where you can make on your own. But one of them was cheap, you know, so they were affordable, their options, they were effective, there was no risk involved. The mass media not only hid the truth, but lied, said those things were lethal, and then made us take the lethal serum instead by force, literally by force, by military force, by police force, by corporate force. You know, you can't earn a livelihood. You can't stay alive if you don't take these lethal serums and even give it to your children.
Public and use your name and talk about this is quite noteworthy in this age of medical repression and, you know, scientific authoritarianism. No one's allowed to talk about these things. But let me ask you then, in your experience as an embalmer, first of all, for how many years have you been engaged in this practice?
Yes, well, I remember during my apprenticeship, I remember being in the funeral home when 9/11 happened. So at least 20 years.
And then how many embalming procedures would you say, as just an estimate, that you have carried out over those roughly 2 decades?
Whew. That's a lot. In the beginning, when I worked for just one funeral home, we typically handled about somewhere between 100 to 150 bodies a year. Then I went in 2005 and worked for a corporation at a centralized embalming facility where there were 3 of us, and we embalmed nearly 1,000 bodies a year. And now I'm a trade embalmer since 2015, and I would I embalmed probably over 400 bodies a year now.
So it's fair to say you've done thousands of these procedures over your career.
That's the whole point. This is not some kind of fluke. It's not conspiracy theory. This is all vetted fact from someone who has a background in his expertise.
Easily.
Absolutely.
Now, before the vaccines came out, these mRNA vaccines, before that time, had you ever seen these kinds of clot structures that we are now finding, very frequently?
No. I did notice an increase in blood clotting during the peak of the COVID stuff. However, after the vaccine rolled out, and I'm estimating and guessing on exactly when I started to, kind of put my finger on, hey, something's different. That would have been around May or June of last year, 2021. The first image I ever took was in late September. And it was because people weren't understanding what I'm talking about when I talk about blood clots. They're very abnormal. That white fibrous material is strange to me. It almost looks like a vessel itself.
See, that's the question that, a skeptic would look at what you and I are doing here under the microscope, and they would say, oh, you're playing with blood vessels. But these are not blood vessels. These are coming out of blood vessels.
It's like sci-fi, isn't it, folks? I mean, it's so fantastic, as the Freemasons like to use, that it's just it's almost unbelievable. But again, these are facts from experts in their own disciplines.
Exactly.
There's the shocker. And by the way, I showed this on camera in the last hour, but if you use tools and you pull these apart, they are very, very strong, kind of like rubber bandery, if you could say, in terms of their properties. They don't just fall apart. They're not fragile. They have tensile strength.
They do.
So
they do. Sometimes they stretch pretty good. Now, of course, if they're the smaller ones and they're really thin, they do break. But often you can take them and stretch them just like you could a rubber band.
Now, this one clot, there's a photo that we have been showing here today, is very, very large clot that you told me came out of a carotid artery. And this clot is the size of a finger in terms of its diameter. And yeah, they're showing it right now. It's
all right. I'll spare you guys. Forgive me for exposing you to that, but again, I feel it's a necessary evil. But you can see that this is very real. It's no conspiracy theory. This is all vetted facts, and it goes to show how people were having all kinds of crazy reactions, even as far as the nervous system type of reactions, the mad cow disease kind of thing that we saw. It could have been from the injected prion itself, but they had that coating around it, these vaccines, to be able to stick to the messenger RNA, to be able to stick to its target. And so that's why they're calling it a spike protein. And so these spikes, these rough surfaces, basically were breaking the brain barrier. Again, this is not me speaking. This is coming directly from the experts. We'll cover that too. And causing this brain damage. And so, yeah, in fact, let me show you a picture of what I'm talking about. This is a shot under a microscope from experts of what healthy blood and what infected, let's call it, vaccinated blood looks like. Okay. So you can see the picture on the right. I mean, the left is healthy You know, we've seen that in science classes and textbooks all the time. On the right, it's got all this gook in there. All that gook is that stuff that we're seeing now, what this mortician is sharing with us. This self-assembling, non-biological, I can't think of the word for some reason. Anyway, fiber stuff. I don't know if they even have a technical name for the stuff that they're finding yet. At any rate, let me show you this other. So you see that it's not just him. Again, Dr. Jane Ruby covers it. She comes on this video later, but she pretty much is affirming more of the same, gives more details. But here's another one.
Reasons we want to talk to you is, I think your partner said you used to do 2 to 3 funerals a week. Now you're doing about 6 to 7. Is that correct?
Yes, well, been that busy, Michael, the last little while. Even this morning, I didn't know you were coming to town, but this morning, I counted the numbers in the book, you know, for the past 6 months. And almost exactly, we're up in the last 6 months by 50%. So that's why we've been so busy. And I was very concerned because on Tuesday of this week, a very, very special school friend who I sat next to for 5 years. We had his funeral service on Tuesday. He was born in 1955. I'm seeing lots of people dying that are born in the 60s and beyond. So it's not just the elderly. And when you feel that something's not quite right, you'll see a death notice. We may not be the funeral directors, but I think, hang on, that person is normally a super fit person. And I've had a few instances happen in the last 6 months where it has been quite startling that they would actually pass away.
How are they passing away? Is it like slow or quick? Or what are they dying of?
Well, it seems that some are dying in their sleep. There's been 2 or 3 that I know that have had this is not necessarily my funeral company, but there's this particular one I was thinking of, the super fit person. She died of a brain aneurysm, and I've noticed there's been 2 or 3 of those around the northern part of Tasmania. So there's something that's not quite right. It just doesn't feel right to me, and I just can't put my finger on it right now. But it seems to have happened very suddenly, because you can imagine we need to pre-plan with sort of staffing, with our premises, and it's only been the last, say, 7 months. The previous 10 and a quarter years were very, very consistent, but this has been a rapid rise in the last 6 to 7 months. So we're quite concerned.
Okay. So yeah, I mean, and now it's coming all together. I hope, you know, as we talked about the brain barrier breaking and the attack to the nervous system and the mad cow adverse effects or symptoms. Yeah, but also what the mortician is showing here with this fiber stuff that we don't even know what it's called, but we found all this stuff is natural metallic, and Dr. Jane Ruby will expand on it. Let's go back to that video.
So I want to bring in Dr. Jane Ruby and just say, Dr. Ruby, thank you for having the courage and the foresight to make this happen. You are truly a hero for humanity, and with your effort, we are beginning to be able to spread the alarm about these clots and the dangers that these appear to pose to humanity as a whole. Welcome to the show today.
Thank you so much, Mike. The real heroes, really, seriously, are you and Mr. Hirschman, for coming forward with such bravery, because I've spoken to possibly 50 or 60 other embalmers who showed me the same things, and they don't want to come forward at all. They're too frightened. So he's a hero. And thank you so much for taking this baton. We've tried since January to get somebody to look at it. And to be honest with you, we've been sabotaged, we've been gaslighted, and we've been stalled. And I should have thought of you from the beginning, because you have the integrity and the honesty and the reputation, and you certainly have the skills with your certified lab. So I'm just happy to, send this on to you.
All right, it's worth noting that she's also vaxxed herself, and she suffered personally from adverse effects from it. And obviously, she's a scientist, even a practitioner. Um, yeah, but she's obviously passionate for a reason.
Well, again, this really is a team effort. All of us here in the independent media. I mean, think about this. The mainstream media won't touch this. Mainstream science won't touch this. Anybody who would do what we are doing here today would have their funding cut off by Fauci and the NIH and so on, or all their federal grants would be cut and so on. So, I mean, this is really,
or the WHO, the UN offshoot. It's interesting how during the lockdown and all this stuff, the UN started coming into the United States of America. The United States of America was not in war. Why is the UN coming into the United States of America?
a critical moment for humanity and demonstrating the integrity and the real science that we are conducting in the independent media that is showing the danger to the world of what is happening right now. So I just have to say thank you, but let's jump right into it, Dr. Ruby.
Sure.
The resistance that you found on I still can't believe it that no one was willing to do this. But have you been able to see some of these images now from the microscope? I published them last night on my website and here today. What are your initial reactions to some of these microscopy images?
Well, you might find this surprising, but I'm not shocked by it because remember, I've been working with all kinds of experts for the last 18 months because we're feeling our way through the dark, essentially. And these people all have a different angle on this. Patents.
Okay, feeling their way through the dark. So science was shut down. Peer reviewing was not longer allowed under threat of losing your license if you speak facts with your peers. What took place, what was forced on everyone worldwide, was the exact opposite of science, the exact opposite of truth. Extremely wondrous.
Protocols, other kinds of reports, blood reports, and then putting the pieces together over the months. I'm not surprised, and I'll take you one step further backward. In September of 2019, when President Trump signed the Modernization Act for...
Let's not overlook Project Warpspeed and how he was still proud of it. After all these facts, congressional hearings even, civil cases and so on, CDC facts and on, he was still proud. The greatest thing he did was the vaccines. And not to mention, he also was the one that was pushing the lockdown dictates. He's the one that started it and never backed off from it.
Newer technologies, there was an
and of course, Biden. I'm not left or right. I'm just pointing out for those that are waiting for the Donald to save you. Judge him by the fruits.
Obligation from the NIH to go before Congress. And so Fauci appeared on December 4th, 2019. It's a transcript record, 14 pages before the House Energy Committee and the Subcommittee on Investigations and Oversight. And he specifically said, Mike, we're going to be using self-assembling nanoparticles. No one said a word. No one called him out. No one asked him to explain what that was. And they just let it go on. And what you're looking at from your brilliant work, it looks like to me, is the results of self-assembling nano machinery inside blood vessels. They could be developing in other types of vessels. Remember, lymphatic vessels, other types of chambers in the body. It's just that, we haven't seen them readily as you would from an embalmer. So that's really my first, response to everything that you presented on the show today.
Well,
I'm not surprised.
The key word that you just used there is absolutely, I should have used it earlier, self-assembling.
Yeah, and so there you go. And this mad science was started, years ago. I'm going to show you guys actual documents of patents and so on, where this was started even a decade ago.
What's clear is that these clot structures, they are not, let's say, attached to the vascular walls. They don't have an umbilical cord, for example. They are clearly self-assembling based on whatever they're able to capture from the blood. But they also have instructions, because, you have to have protein synthesis instructions in order to self-assemble these structures inside the body. So we know these are not normal blood clots. They're not just blood. They are flesh-like protein structures. They are self-assembling, like you just said. Thank you for that. And they are growing inside the body. This should be alarm bells ringing worldwide. This should be a global call to stop all the vaccines right now, should it not?
Absolutely. And I have to tell you something else, kind of a breaking piece of information. I don't know if Mr. Hirschman, mentioned it or in any of your discussions with him, but he has actually gone back to a vial a couple of days later, just a couple of days, in formalin, in a refrigerator or freezer, and these things were larger. on their own. So they don't necessarily need the inside of a human body, but inside a human body.
It's like a sci-fi horror movie. And it's being allowed, again, not a single arrest, not a single Nuremberg trial.
And remember, Mike, we know from the leaked communications between Pfizer and the EMA from last year,
Albert Burla, Pfizer, look him up. Jewish.
are now in the public domain, that Pfizer negotiated for themselves, and I'm sure the other companies did too, that 50% of those vials didn't have to be declared, which gave them the leeway to change it. I've always said it really looks, and I credit the work of Team Enigma that looked at the lot numbers and found huge discrepancies in the within the same lot number. And they said this could not be a statistical anomaly. This is due to the fact that there are different materials in there at any given time. So God only knows what we're dealing with. We have tomorrow, the 14th of June, and Wednesday, the 15th of June, they're coming for our babies, our 6-month-old babies and toddlers.
Right, forcing this stuff on children, as we've already covered. Again, so you can see how the warnings, the factual science, even not only from the whistleblowers, the people that are creating this stuff, not only from the medical practitioners that were giving us statistical facts of what's actually going on in hospitals, virologists that were actually showing us what's going on, not the creators, not the middle folks, but even the morticians who were showing us the end results and what their findings. All these warnings, all covered, all denied. Exact opposite was spread. These people were treated like criminals, and the vaccines were still forced on children. On children.
And I just want to get the word out to parents who may be on the fence for some strange reason. You've got to rethink this. You've got to rethink this.
Well, wow, you're exactly right. They're coming for the children on this. But I got to say, for the record, what you described, some of these structures continuing to grow, even outside the body, I am very skeptical of such a description. I do not believe that unless I see it, frankly, because that would be so wild. That would be just so unexpected. I mean, my theory is that these need the blood supply flowing around these structures in order to continue to maintain viability and to expand. I'm not saying that he's wrong. I'm just saying I would need a lot of evidence to believe such a thing. But you make a really important point to going after the children. What if now, through all these injections of children who have no choice in this matter, this is almost like post-birth abortion? I mean, it's a kind of slow medical slaughtering of children if they die 2 years down the road from blood clots that were caused by these injections. Isn't that true?
Yeah, and Mike, you raise an interesting issue. We don't know how much these people suffered before they dropped dead, because this didn't develop overnight, right? So it had to have taken some time, because these are large structures to the point where it overwhelms the body and then the person keels over. But we don't know from the time they got shot up to the time they dropped dead what they lived with. They were either afraid to say it, didn't understand it, cognitive dissonance. Doctors that they went to told them they were imagining.
Yeah, exactly. They were told how they're feeling, like it or not. And if you dare say it, you're in trouble. So again, pre-vax, post-vax. Let's now use that as a benchmark, because we've talked about the lockdown and death. We still haven't covered everything about the lockdown and all its implications, but we're 2 hours into it and we're still just scratching the surface of the medical tyranny worldwide and how there's been no accountability to date. But yeah, so basically, I mean, I don't know. I'm just at a loss for words, really. It's so insane. It's just unbelievable. Anyway, let's just keep going.
Imagining it. So people are suffering in between, and I'm just so worried about the babies and the children. But yeah, there's a lot. And who knows? Maybe it doesn't need a human body if it's taking materials that also occur in the non-biologic sense, right? That's minerals.
Possible. Well, what we need to do, and what I'm asking Richard Hirsch.
Right. And so, yeah, you see the propaganda there, everyone doing the right thing, being a hero, and, spreading this stuff. Okay, so pre-lockdown, I'm sorry, not pre-lockdown, pre-vax, during the lockdown. Let's look at the NFL. You want to look at statistical facts? For those of you that are a fan of football, even if you're not, I encourage you to do some research. It's probably going to be hard to find now, but while we're in it, we saw NFL players, and this is only one sport in one part of the world, because the NFL, American football, is very specific, so it's very isolated. And in one franchise of that, the NFL, the National Football League, okay? So in that alone, during the first year, during the lockdown, all right, we had all kinds of people being diagnosed with the PCR, the faulty test, the test you're not supposed to use to see if someone's infected with something, according to its creator. You know, they were asymptomatic, which is an oxymoron. And they had it multiple times, again, unnatural. When you have something and your body recovers from it, it develops a natural immune to it, and therefore you know you're not going to get it again. So so in the NFL that first year, there were 1,000 cases. Some of them, like I said, were non-symptomatic, and many of them were questionable when it came week to week and competition wise. I mean, there's interesting people that are being held out without symptoms because they quote unquote had COVID. So of those 1,000 people, and some of those weren't just healthy players, by the way, they were you know, older coaches and staff in the NFL, over 1,000 of them. Of that 1,000 pre-vax, someone in the chat, please tell me how many of those 1,000 NFL players, staff, and faculty, whatever, not faculty, but coaches, died from COVID. Remember, our general number from the scientists, the virologists, and medical practitioners was less than 0.5% was the mortality rate. And even of that percent, we said they had comorbidities. So how many of the NFL? Anybody want to take a guess? Yeah, I'm not seeing any numbers. People are being shy. All right, so let me just tell you. Of 1,000 of those players that first year before the vaxes, zero died of the vax. Again, this is not just players, the healthy people. We saw what happens to healthy people after the vax, by the way, athletes. And we can take a look at that too. But also older people, out of shape, fat, you know, coaches and so on. None of them died. Zero died. I challenge anyone to find a fatality from the NFL from COVID in the first year. In the first year, pre-vax. Now, after the vax, everything changes and dramatically. And I mean dramatically. Zero. Yeah, exactly. So in that, you know, anyone who wants to doubt the numbers, there's research you can do for yourself. It's undeniable. Okay? That it's all been not only an absolute lie, but the exact opposite of truth. Let's take a little more look at this again.
To do is find the largest diameter clot that he can to get it to me. And what we need to do is dissect that clot structure under the microscope and find out if there is any kind of internal structure to this. I mean, for example, does it have, you know, angiogenesis? Is it building its own internal blood distribution vascular system like a cancer tumor does? I mean, I don't know. I'm not claiming it does, but we need to look at this closely and dissect it. I mean, what if this is some other viable, you know, organism being developed? I mean, we don't know, but what if?
Yeah, one of the most stunning findings that you presented was the nanowire. And I know that you don't know 100% if that is, but it doesn't.
We got to go to break, Dr. Ruby. I apologize for interrupting you. We'll be right back to answer that question about the nanowires and biocircuitry. Stay with us here on the Alex Jones Show. I'm Mike Adams. We'll be right back after this break. We are unveiling today a worldwide.
So we have a name for it, nanowires. Okay, I didn't know that. All right, so let me share this with you guys. So we move on to the next topic, even though, yeah, I mean, she did a wonderful job. You can find her research online under Dr. Jane Ruby. Yeah, but this is all, again, a collaboration of experts in their own field, giving you facts, undeniable facts. Okay. So basically what we saw through mass media here is a bunch of fear-mongering. Control through fear, which is an instrument of Satan. Oh my goodness. So, and we all played a role in that to some degree, even if it was self-policing, they're still playing a role in that. Thankfully, many of us, most of us, stopped doing that. But to this day, we're still seeing people that are fear-mongering, that are wearing their muzzles and all that. I've even seen people give others flack for not doing the same. And in fact, I've got family members that go on and on pushing the vax, still trying to push the vax and trying to blame the non-vaxxed for the deaths and the adverse effects that the vaccines are causing. Yeah, so let's take a look at that, because I can't seem to find anything else. Okay, I'm sorry. There's so many clicking and things are disappearing on me. I apologize. But basically, here's some symptoms from the alleged, I should say, alleged symptoms from Omicron. Again, they're blaming the Greeks for this. Not Burla, the Jewish head of Pfizer, but Greeks. Okay. Mild hunger between meals. Oh no, you got mild hunger. Feeling cold outside in the winter, not wearing a coat. All right. Enough of that. I shouldn't joke. I can't help myself. But what can you do? I mean, it's just so insane. It's just so insane. It's like it's so crazy. It's somewhat comical. But getting into conspiracy theories a bit, let's take a look at who might be behind it. We had. I've actually spoken to someone who worked for this organization, and just recently had it confirmed. I think it was during one of the live streams, in fact. This was with a group of people. They kind of saw me as a very religious person. And so this guy, there's a bit of a story, but he thought I was somehow, let's call it magical. Like I was very lucky in their eyes. And so he was on a slot machine. He's like, hey man, just touch the machine. I'm going to hit. I'm like, and I don't know what came over me, but let's say a presence, a knowing, forgive me, but I was somehow given some foresight to foresee that if I touched that machine, it would hit. I know this sounds crazy, but bear with me, because I was completely confident. And I was trying to tell this guy, look, you don't understand. If I do touch it, it's going to hit. And that's bad for you, because now you're going to believe that, there's luck, and you can get sucked down further in this degradation of being a gambleaholic. I didn't quite put it to him like that, but yeah, I was trying to tell him, but he wasn't listening. I was like, dude, I'm telling you, if I touch it, it's going to hit. He's like, no, touch it. Like it was a joke for him. I was like, okay. And I touched it, and sure enough, he hits. It's like, oh, he's freaking out. Oh my God. And so I'm like, I told you, man, but you don't understand what's going on. He's like, I know what's going on. You're lucky. Like, no. This is a work of Satan to suck you back in, to keep you in here. So that stuck with him, because later he confessed to me. And I think this was a type of confession from him. Like I said, they saw me as a religious person. So even though I was not trying to portray myself that way. At any rate, so he starts confessing his how he was hired by BlackRock to be a merc. And I've had this confirmed by someone else who was also involved with BlackRock. And he's like, yeah, they hired mercenaries. So yeah, and basically told me during the Katrina incident, he was hired by BlackRock as a mercenary, ex-military, and he agreed to it. He said because he was destitute, he had no job. That's how they recruit military folks. And that's how they recruited the COVID Gestapo, by the way, and all these things through destitution. And that's why they keep forcing it on us to this date. Yeah, he goes, basically, I was hired to be a mercenary, go to Katrina, and all the riots we didn't hear too much about during Katrina. Actually, we heard nothing about Katrina's rioting and all that. All we heard about was the victims, the poor victims that were pre-warned about Katrina. Even documentaries say, you know what, the levees are going to break. And then they were provided shelter even though they stayed behind. And all of a sudden they're victims. May be blessed. But yeah, and I'm speaking like this because my family suffered through its own Katrina, and we lost everything, but not a word about that. And there's a reason for that. And we see that now, the fruits of that these days after BLM. At any rate, forgive me for that sidetrack, but okay. So yeah, and so he says, yeah, we were hired to go in and deal with the rioting that was going on after the flooding, all the looting and stuff. And he says, I basically was hired to shoot looters, and we were told to bag and tag them as Katrina victims. So now this is hearsay. This is so what someone else was confessing me. So let's say allegedly. I have no proof of that, other than other people confirming it in their own right that BlackRock hires mercenaries. So, but this is how corrupt this organization is, and according to at least one source online, they're behind or in control of a lot of serious major influential organizations, including Fox News, CNN, and look at that, Pfizer, AstraZeneca, Moderna, Johnson & Johnson. What do you know? But if you don't believe in all this stuff, if you want to say this is all just a conspiracy theory, let me ask you guys about carcinogens. For how long have we known about carcinogens? How much money has been made off of products that are carcinogenic? And what in the hell is supposed to be a safe amount of a carcinogen? Again, another oxymoron. But they get away with it. They get away with it. And in part, it's our fault. Not only because we allow them to, but because we empower it. We get involved. We promote it. We consume it. You know, we've got to stop. We've got to stop. Especially now, as we see, you know, all these crazy biblical things going on. Things are getting real, as they say. And the censorship continues. And they've got to be held accountable for that too. Everyone that's been involved, has played their role in this stuff, has got to be held accountable. And I know some people are going to take offense to what I'm about to share. But as the one TV show used to say, which I got criticized for doing, nothing but the facts, man. Nothing but the facts. So here you go. Here's some interesting relationships between the people of these organizations and the people that are being held accountable. It's supposed to regulate them. The FDA, look at Reuters, the fact checkers, NIH. Okay. All right. So the people that are supposed to be regulating are also working for the companies. How about that? Again, I worked in the biggest trucking company in America for a couple of years. And during our training, they revealed to us that, in fact, that company takes active role in creating the new laws annually that regulates that company. In other words, they regulate themselves. They make the laws. That's essentially what they were saying. They were bragging about it. They were proud of that, right? Oy vey. Yeah, but there's something else behind that too. Again, please look up Burla, Albert Burla, and all that. So, yeah, let's take a look at this video here. And again, there was tons of these videos, but to be put in perspective, just so you guys don't think I'm some kind of ignorant fascist hick, you know, white Christian man, as mass media portrays. I'm an immigrant myself. I suffered as an immigrant, and also as a white Christian man, more so the latter, but also as a white growing up, and then, you know, as a Christian a little later, you know, and so on. So, and as a man these days. So yeah.
¿Cómo se siente ahorita, maestra?
Sorry, I definitely empathize with these people.
¿Cómo se siente ahorita, maestra? Emocionada, con una gran alegría por esta nueva oportunidad de vida a la salud, porque fueron experiencias muy grandes, muy tristes. Dios mío. ¿Acaso está convulsionando nuestro?
Okay, the music was in poor taste. That was not me. But yeah, just so folks can know, there was some complaints that, well, you know, all these illegals are not getting force inoculated, but in fact they were too. Yeah, as we saw in the early video, these Nazis were going out in isolated areas to force vaccinate people, to spread their lethal serum, which some are saying is contagious, by the ways. Contagious. You know, they call it shedding, whatever you want to call it. So we also had a bunch of sports people. Unfortunately, I can't share this video through StreamYard. It's not allowing me. So let me just share it this way. Give me 1 second. My apologies. But yeah, I'm going to try to share it quickly, so you're not crying out loud. Okay, 1 second. Sorry. Now I can't find it. Go figure. Okay, here we go. All right. And if you can't hear it, people, actually, I won't be able to see your chats because of the way I'm sharing it, unfortunately. I really hate StreamYard. Sorry, folks. But I need to get something else. Anyway, all right. Share entire screen, sound, and go. All right. I hope you can hear it. Hope you caught that. That was post-vax. Now remember, as I've illustrated, in NFL had over 1,000 people diagnosed with COVID, and during the lockdown, pre-vax, over 1,000 people, 0 died. Post-vax, let's see what happens. And I've got another edited work about this. You can see specifically just the football players, how many of them died after the vax through myocarditis and all that kinds of things. Remember, we just saw the embalming thing and all that, the fibrous wires. Okay, here we go. And okay. High school football player. High school football player. Freshman football player. That might be college. High school football player. Collapsing. Dies. Okay, this is a different sport. So there's a number of different sports here. Here we have soccer, as we call it in America. Yeah, I mean, it's just insane. The number of bodies that were dropping, bring me putting it that, but even ones that were famous, right? Even those, we'll talk about that, about Uche and what's the other one? We'll cover him. He's in one of my videos too, but yeah, basically how he sold out. I mean, that's a whole other deplorable issue that we'll cover. But look at all these MMA. I've watched this stuff happen, transpire live as I was watching sporting events repeatedly after the vax. And by the way, why is everyone taking a vax that doesn't protect you from what it's supposed to be protecting you from, but instead has all these adverse effects? I mean, I mentioned earlier if it was aspirin bear, I can't quite remember, but basically it was one or the other, and they yeah, they basically stopped it. I can't remember the number of cases that people had died from that. This was, again, the 70s, 80s. But it was like maybe a dozen, I think even less. A dozen people died. And they quickly removed it from the shelves because they were worried about lawsuits. That's the accountability of the lawsuits. You know, hurt their wallet, I guess. And they, stopped distributing it in America and they shipped it overseas, as like I said before. But regardless, at least in America, it was stopped. Only 12 deaths. Meanwhile, these lethal serums kept getting pushed after thousands and tens of thousands of deaths. Only one country were taking place, according to the CDC, according to the government itself. They were still pushing it. The government was still pushing it. Can you explain that one to me? If this is not Nazism, if it's not common Nazism because of the censorship, if it's not medical tyranny, what is it? If it's not depopulation, what is it? And the Georgia Guidestones, I don't have anything on that, unfortunately, but if you can find anything on that, go for it. But that was interesting, where it was talking about a specific number these Freemasons have that they want to achieve, a decreased population. Like I think it was 500 million even. And that's their goal, so they can have more resources for themselves. It's disgusting. But that Georgia Guidestones was mysteriously blown up. There was video of the person, the perpetrator who did it, and of his car, his license plate. It was never caught. And the day after, instead of investigating the explosion, the crime scene, they took a bulldozer to it and covered up the evidence. Does that sound like domestic terrorism, let's call it, or vandalism or whatever? Or does it sound like a cover-up? The Georgia Guidestones, look it up. I mean, how else can I explain it? It can't be about money. I mean, if depopulation is not about money, the more money circulates, the more money you'll make. So it's not about money. People keep saying it's about money, or people keep saying, well, they don't know better, they're just stupid, are making excuses for these commie Nazi pagans. Yeah, they know. They're in power. They wouldn't be in power if they didn't know. We definitely don't have more knowledge than they do. I'm sorry, but we don't. Maybe some of us do. I can't say that, but generally speaking, they're not stupid. They got in power for a reason. And it's not money. We've seen that with the movie industry, with Disney, now actually being in the red with the productions, with the propaganda pieces they're making. Is that stopping them? No. They're continuing with their plan. They're just readjusting. They're having artificial intelligence make the stuff for them now these days. And they're moving on, even if they're losing. For them, it's an expense for their propaganda, for their brainwashing. Money's not it. Money's an excuse. It's a reason to corrupt some people. So it's a means of that. But other than that, it's not the thing. It's a hate of Jesus Christ, therefore a hate of humanity, and a love of all that's evil. And that's evident. I don't think I'm overstating that. I mean, 19-year-old. How does a 19-year-old surprisingly die after getting vaccinated? Cardiac arrest. Teen suffers cardiac arrest. What is that? I mean, it's just disturbing. Okay, I can't take it anymore. Forgive me. Maybe I'll post this in a separate video or something like that. So, yeah, it's just, it's heartbreaking, to say the least. Oh, there was no sound? I lowered the sound so I can kind of talk over it. I thought it was a bit loud. But the sound was just basically dramatic music, so you didn't miss anything there. Yeah, I don't know, people. I'm a bit thrown off. I kind of feel like I need a break from all this emotional. I'm basically kind of reliving things now as I'm going, and it's very difficult. It's been very difficult on all of us to go through this stuff. I mean, yeah, and again, family. They never got my message, but I share with them. The thing. I guess I never got it. So I just it's biblical. Like even family members are pushing this stuff on people, right? So it's biblical. What is going on? Sorry. Okay. There's so many clicks you can't StreamYard. It won't allow you to do so many things, but on the other hand, to do one thing, you have to find all these crazy different clicks. It's so frustrating. Okay, so let's share one more video, and I have to again share it this way. I apologize because of the limitations here. And go. And it's exactly where we're at right now. A fifth shot, boosters, they're calling it. Basically, did you guys not hear that? He was saying that he's got the Pfizer vaccines. He's a comedian named Nick Nemiroff. died at 32 after the vaccines. You've seen him hospital bed there. He died soon after. We had so many of those happening. Uche was another one, an NFL player who died. He was pro-vaxxer, shaming people to take the vax, yet dies. So, but yeah, thankfully, there's some accountability. They backed off the dictates for the most part, but they're still doing it. They're still doing it secretly. They're still doing it while we sleep. We need to put these people under Nuremberg 2.0 trials. And if the courts find that they get what they deserve, like the Nazis did, these people are worse than Nazis. They're common Nazis combined, common Nazi pagans. They should get what they did, the lethal injection, if the courts so find. And I know they would if they actually get held accountable. But where is it? Not a single arrest, 0 arrests. Just like the 0 deaths in the NFL, 0 arrests. Let me show you guys a video of, actually, you know what, before I do that. Yeah, I'm not going to show you. I've got plenty of sudden death videos, personal testimonies. You guys, I'll just go ahead and skip all those because then, yeah, I mean, there's so much you can take. But let me show you this Uche character, in case you're not familiar with it, in case you missed it. He was a pro-vaxxer. He's one of those that was an activist for it. Actively so and fascistly so. I mean, he was horrendous towards people. And yeah, I mean, he died. Guess how he died? So his name is Uche, something African, Nawari, something like that. Uche. Everyone calls him Uche. But yeah, he was an activist. He was calling for people to be jailed, to go to prison if you're unvaccinated. You're a war criminal. Meanwhile, he's the war criminal who, died by his own sword. He died by his own sword. Let me share that. Again, unfortunately, I've got to do a number of clicks just to share one thing on the StreamYard. God, it's so frustrating. Man, I need to find something else. Thaddeus, where are you? I need to find something better. Help me out. All right. So, and here, this is a story of how he died. There's a number of stories. You can look it up for yourself. Uche, whatever that says. Dies after being vaccinated. Yeah. Dies after collapsing at his wife's home in something county in Indiana. No foul play suspected. Yeah. He died of the vax. What else do we have? Oof. Let me show you some other stats. Again, look up adverse effects on the CDC or what is it, Eurovigilance in the European countries. I think that was the UK's, at least for UK. This one is for Scotland. Again, I know it's just a static image, but it'll give you an idea. Okay, notice how the blue is the unvaccinated and the red is the vaccinated. Okay, so the first column is telling you how many people in Scotland were vaccinated and not vaccinated. This was as of a weekly report from December 2022, the first year of the vax, at the end of it. So, number of cases that had COVID after the vaxes. 85% of the vaccinated had COVID after being vaccinated. Gideon, and 14% of non-vaccinated people got COVID. Again, we also talked about a PCR test and how valid COVID is, but anyway, or at least that diagnosis. I know they're pushing that. We know they're pushing the gain of function process to validate their lockdown and all their vileness. So if they keep pushing that rhetoric, then they can keep ignoring everything else, which is the real problem. Hospitalizations, 78.5% of the vaccinated, 21.5% of the unvaccinated. Okay, and deaths, about 80%, 79.5% of the vaccinated versus 20.5% of the unvaccinated. I mean, and that's just, again, one graphic. Look at the, you're not seeing the clips on there? Oh, sorry. My apologies. My God, what is going on today? God, I hate StreamYard. I can't take it. I feel like I need to go back to Prism, the free thing. It was so much better, so much freedom, less clicks, ironically, even though you had to do more steps. And there was nothing automatic. You knew what you were doing. My apologies, folks. But yeah, I just basically showed a graphic of all those things, all the stats that I just gave you. My apologies for not being able to say that. Okay. So let me show you I think this is Eurovigilance. I could be wrong. Hopefully this goes through. For crying out loud. Folks, pray for me so I can get the stream going proper. We need to do something about this. This is ridiculous. All right, can you guys see that one? Can you give me a thumbs up? Or a 1 or something? Let me know when I can see this one. It says COVID-19 injection damage. Yeah, thank you for your prayers. Amen. Did you lay some? Yeah, okay, good. Thank you. Good. Hoorah. Okay, so as you can see here, COVID-19 injection damage, official figures. The source is the MHRA and the EMA, European Medicines Agency. I mean, again, it's giving you the website. You can see for yourself. This is directly from the vaccines. This is being reported. This is official numbers directly as an adverse effect from the vaccine themselves. UK. December 2021. Okay. 2,000 and injuries 1 million. Okay. I mean, we're just now getting started. And look at all these injuries. And again, in the US, it was in the tens of thousands. In Europe, again, tens of thousands. I mean, I don't know. Maybe they're fudging these numbers. Here, it says it has a US number, 20,000 at that point. But it was in tens of thousands, a couple of months later. It's like a bell curve. And just like the research showed, by the way, the research, according to the creators who tested the animals, it showed that there was an initial deaths, a spike in deaths, just like we saw with the vaccines here. We just saw with that graphic. And then there was a leveling off. So it's kind of the inverse of a bell curve, actually. So, and then it spikes up again after 2 to 3 years. This is according to animal studies. This was what happened to animals. Now, we're not animals, but for now, a couple of years now, they've been talking about the dark winter that's coming, expecting all these deaths. And I've lived in two different communities now in the past couple of years. In both communities, there have been a lot of funerals. I will say that. There have been people that have gotten, cancer, which is supposed to be, again, this is attacking your immune system. So if you once had cancer, it'll come back to you. I've had family members and all that all of a sudden that are dealing with that. Not a major newsbreaker. You can argue against that, but they were warned that would be part of it. And all these other symptoms for other ailments because your immune system has been attacked. By the way, that's another thing we didn't cover properly as far as the first lockdown. We mentioned it a good bit, but not do justice. The attack on your health system. And as far as comorbidities, I mean, everyone got completely out of shape, out of the sun, completely stressed. The stress alone attacks your immune system. But what about, not getting exercise? Again, attacks your immune system. It decreases it. Lack of physical fitness, being obese, which so many people got because they weren't being active. That decreases your immune system. It makes you unhealthy. So these dictates are forcing us were the exact opposite of what was good for us. I've got audio. I'll skip the audio because, yeah. So we did. Okay, yeah. we did the lockdown. We've taken a look at the facts and how it's been pushed on people. I want you guys to check this out again. I forgive me for being political, but it just kills me how many people invest in this guy, waiting for him to save them. And I bet by now you can guess who I'm talking about. All right, so you can argue that this is not his doing. Okay. But look at that. Trump Tower. New York City requires you to be vaccinated against COVID-19 to enter this area. I mean, again, he's public about his Project Warpspeed. And after all these things came out, how proud he is of the vaccines. In his relationship with you-know-who, look up Albert Burla. All right, so let's get rid of that. We looked at the vac stats. We'll skip that. I think it's plenty of vac stats. Again, hopefully that information is still online. You can look it up for yourself. We've looked at some cases of the vax itself, what it does. Let me show you a picture. It's kind of revealing. I found this picture of this guy, which kind of sums it all up, arguably, minus the Star of David. That's Albert Burla. And look at his hand gesture. Isn't that perfect, so to speak? And of course, they want to blame the Greeks for that, but let's not do that, please. Yeah, the bell curve. We talked about that. What am I leaving out, folks? Help me out there. I feel like I'm forgetting something for some reason. Okay. Oh yeah, the official documents. That's what it was. All right. So let's get into this. The official documents. Let's look at a patent first. Okay. Share. Wow. 1,001 clicks. And 1,001 clicks to share again. For crying out loud. This is ridiculous. Okay. Hopefully you guys can see that fairly well. All right. Let me make it a little bigger. United States patent application. This is long circulating nanoparticles sustained for the release of therapeutic agents. Dr. Jane Ruby just got through talking about a later implementation, not even a design, but an implementation for this. Now we're looking at the design. The design of these nanoparticles go back as far as 2010. 2010. Biocompatible nanoparticle composition comprising of non-colloidal, long circulating nanoparticles. Polyester, copolyether. Doesn't it sound very much like the strands, the blood clots that we were seeing from the morticians that were described to us? 2010, people. 2010. This is an official patent. Let me give you the patent, or so you can see for yourself, so you can look it up for yourself. It's still available. Okay. So anyone who goes on about how this is a conspiracy theory that has been pre-planned and implemented, I mean, the proof is overwhelming. If you're not willing to judge it by its fruits, then at least look at the, oh my goodness, stop. Okay, let me share a video with you guys. Click, 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 click. Let me share a video with you guys about the immune system. Again, we've got an expert here talking about, oh God, please. Okay. Talking about the immune system and how it's attacked. So you can hear for yourself. You don't have to hear me going on like a talking head, since I'm not the expert. I'm not allowed to have an opinion or express the truth. And waiting for the video to upload. My apologies, folks. Dead air is nothing like it. And go. It's not showing. Okay. I don't know. It's not working. God bless. I officially loathe StreamYard. Come on, man. Ah, for crying out loud. All right, let me try a different way. Forgive me. I think this is Satan working on my nerves. What else can it be? I mean, this is ridiculous. Breathe. All right. Share. Nope. Stop sharing. Share. I can't even share it this way. For crying out loud. For real? There we go. Okay. Hopefully you guys see this. Let me know if you can't see it, okay?
Is that we found that so the key message from our finding is that we found that recipients of the Pfizer vaccine, those who've had 2 doses, have about 5 to 6-fold lower amounts of neutralizing antibodies. Now, these are the sort of gold standard private security antibodies of your immune system, which block the virus from getting into your cells in the first place. So we found that that's less for people with 2 doses. We've also found that for people with only 1 dose of the Pfizer jab, that they are less likely to have high levels of these antibodies in their blood. And perhaps most importantly for all of us going forward is that we see that the older you are, the lower your levels are likely to be. And the time since you've had your 2nd jab, as that time goes on, the lower your levels are also likely to be. So that's telling us that we're probably going to be needing to prioritize boosters for older and more vulnerable people coming up soon.
Oh my God. Does it make you want to vomit or what? Crying out loud. Yeah, I don't know what to say. I just don't know what to say anymore. So yeah, so basically, you know, that was a conspiracy theory. Oh, there won't be another vax, and then oh, there won't be another vax, and then naturally they're pushing it, but they're using it. They're twisting things. It's not, well, our vax doesn't work, or our vax is killing people, or injuring people, creating adverse effects. It's not that. No. Well, we need to get a better vax. You know, it's blame the people who are not getting vax. That's the problem. I mean, come on. All right, so okay, so this is a document on keeping track of everything. Talk about Gestapo. And again, we try to warn about this too. But no, treated like enemies of the state for spreading facts. And we saw that coming. You know, this whole, again, they were mentally preparing us, normalizing it through mass media. You know, all these movies about these outbreaks, including a movie called Outbreak. And strains, including what we call Andromeda strain, and so on, right? So when we saw them implementing it, we saw where they were taking us, we saw where they're heading with it. We try to warn about it, including whistleblowers. The whistleblowers themselves, the people that were within the industry. But yeah, the whole thing about how it's going to spread, you know, it's going to be contact. It was all absurd, obviously. But yet, here we are. And how they were documenting it, how they were going to force us to have a vax pass. We're warning about that too. Remember that? People being warned, being conspiracy theorists, tinfoil hat wearers. And there we go. You couldn't even have a job, even an online job, which I suffered from. I couldn't even apply for a job online because I was unwilling to get a booster, whatever the case may be. So, yeah. So yeah, you can look that up for yourself. The document is shared. Let's see, what else do we have? The Chinese patent on graphene oxide. I'll put that to the side. A bill. This one will get you. Again, this is no conspiracy theory. Look it up for yourself. Okay, click, and more clicks, and some more clicks. We'll eventually get to it. Okay, HR 666. The House of Representatives to authorize the Secretary of Health and Human Services to award grants to eligible entities to conduct diagnostic testing for COVID-19 and related activities such as contact tracing. Magic thing we just got through talking about. Through mobile health units and, as necessary, at individuals' residences, at individuals, those that bang down your door and force vaccinate you, and for other purposes, like bringing in a UN during a war of peace, during a time of peace, not war. Bringing the United Nations into America during this lockdown, forced vaccination, and having National Guard show up at schools, injecting children with this stuff without parents knowing, or even with parents protesting, saying you don't do it. They did it anyway. Yeah, no conspiracies here. Nothing but the facts, ma'am. Nothing but the facts. Okay. Pfizer's adverse event. All right. From the mouth of the beast itself. Click, click, click. Clickety, clickety, click. And eventually we get to it. Thank you, StreamYard, for making me pay for this horrible service. Cumulative analysis post authorization. Adverse event reports from Pfizer. Okay. Pfizer. It's confidential. It's not confidential anymore. I guess they released it. Yeah, and so look at this. I mean, this is insane. Yeah, and so, let me show you this other video instead of showing you these documents. Oh my God. You might be able to find these documents online too. I got these, let's call it an inside source, if you will. Not exactly, but kind of, sort of. But let me show you, hold on, hearings, here we go. Okay, here's some good videos. All right. Wow, I got a lot to share. I forgot all about these. All right, so let me share this one first. So they're supposed to go through a protocol before they give you this stuff, right? They're supposed to have all these regulations and so on. Whatever happened to those regulations, by the way? Here's my video. So I'm going to show you this here, which shows you how effective or how much their regulations were in effect. Where's it at? Oh, well, let me share it that way. Okay, sorry, guys. Okay, so I have to share it the other way. My apologies. More dead air, more clicking. Da, 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 da. This is stupid. Why am I paying for this service again? I don't know. Okay, here we go. Let me know if you guys can't hear it, or I don't know. Yell if you can't hear it, because I won't be able to see your comments. Get out of the way and go.
I have someone who wants a package insert.
Hi.
That's from the Moderna vaccine.
Okay, Moderna. Is it the same for Pfizer and all of the others?
No, each brand is a little different.
Okay. So may I take this with me to look at all of the safety studies, placebo safety studies on this?
Yeah, because the one that we give. Because the one that's given to patients doesn't contain that information. So that.
Which one are they giving if it's not this one?
So that's the one. That is the one we are giving.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, The package insert given to patients isn't the full information.
So it's not from the manufacturer itself.
That is from the manufacturer, but it's truncated. That's the full thing.
So why is it intentionally blank if it's all safety studies?
They're inside.
They're inside of it?
It's full of stuff.
Okay.
I've got to get online and find it.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I already know that it's intentionally blank. My last question is, how is it informed consent when all of the safety studies, placebo safety studies, are not listed for the manufacturer?
That's a great question. I would talk to CBS about that because.
So if we don't know what we're injecting into ourselves, I don't understand how that's informed consent.
You're exactly right, and you're exactly right.
Yeah.
You are correct. I should not be giving these vaccines now.
Okay. Why are you giving them?
Because I am told to, and that's how. Because I am told to, and I am told to, and everything I have shown, including the patients that I have given it to, it is safe.
It is safe and effective. What studies are you going by that states that it's safe and effective?
I just got to say, people, when we were coerced by WWW to leave our critical careers, policing, military, medical, trucking. Remember that? You know, fight back by quitting. Yeah, this is what filled the void. This automaton that's in charge of prescribing drugs, including these lethal serums.
I know these are tough questions, but I have to ask.
I know, and I'm sorry, but
you can't answer. So I understand that.
I unfortunately cannot answer that,
okay.
And I feel and right now I'm feeling totally inadequate as a pharmacist. Right in my life.
Don't. Just learn more about it. You know about the Nuremburg trials, right?
I understand about all of that. And
where is it? 0 arrests. Never mind, nobody but properly executed by firing range, these commie Nazi pagans. Where is it? Where are the Nuremberg trials? I mean, yeah.
Just curious if people here really understand what's happening around them, and that just doing my job is not an excuse for what's really happening.
No, I absolutely understand.
Well, I just wanted to ask
and based on what you're saying, I can no longer advocate for these vaccines.
Okay. Well, yes, that's absolutely their choice, and people to take it. That's their choice to take it. I'm just looking for.
Okay, their choice. Here we go with the choice thing. That killed me, but you got to give it to the guy. At least he's being honest. But yeah, I also have family members that are in that profession, in the pharmaceutical profession. A couple of them. I know 2 of them were pro lethal serums. At least one of them repented after he learned the reality. Hopefully, you guys can still hear me. My computer's acting stupid. That's why we're jamming microchips in our brains. By the way, technology is always glitching, as we saw it with Mark Zuckerberg and Fauci earlier. Even those almighty tech people, even they have tech issues. Yeah, so let's take a look. Hopefully this one is going to work for you guys. Let me see. No, naturally. Okay, give me a minute. Okay, here we go. Yeah, so let me see. Apologize. Let me catch up on the comments here. You don't see the visual. Did you guys not see the pharmacist in the last one? Okay, that was a late old comment. My bad. No view. You guys didn't see the pharmacist? Did you at least hear it? No. Crying out loud. All right, this one you'll hear. This one is able to upload.
What are your thoughts on that?
Well, you heard earlier that there's no real concern about aluminum because it's such a small amount, and so it really shouldn't matter. But the kind of aluminum that we put into vaccines is a different kind of aluminum that we see environmentally. This is called a nanoparticle, and nanoparticles bind really tightly to the bacteria antigens, the virus antigens, the food protein antigens, and any other contaminants that are in the vaccines that we may not know about. And we know that the biochemical properties of nanoparticles is that they are capable of entering the brain. And so we have not evaluated the safety of the aluminum nanoparticle and its injection and where it goes when it gets into the body and whether it gets into the brain. Do vaccine ingredients belong in the brain? No. Do they get into the brain? No one has ever studied it. But animal studies using the same chemicals that are in vaccines that we give to children directly demonstrate that the vaccine ingredients do enter the brain. We are ignoring this information. There are scientists in Europe who've actually done studies on the aluminum nanoparticle and have shown that it can persist in the brain for years and decades. And so what we're seeing is a large outbreak of neurodevelopmental disabilities in adults, including Alzheimer's. And one of the main factors that they're finding in the brains of people with Alzheimer's is the aluminum nanoparticle that's directly related to the vaccines that we're giving. So we have never studied whether the aluminum that we're giving in vaccines gets into the brain, and we've never measured whether it stays in the brain and what it does if it does stay in the brain. But we do know that vaccines are supposed to cause inflammation in the body. But we have more than half of our children with chronic inflamed conditions. And we've never allowed ourselves to ask the question, if the vaccines cause inflammation acutely, do they continue to create inflammation chronically? We have 1 in 5 with neurodevelopmental disabilities, 1 in 10 with ADD and ADHD, 1 in 35 with autism, 1 in 11 with asthma, and 1 in 20 under the age of 5 with seizures. And the autoimmune diseases are exponentially rising, and we are finding that the viruses and the bacteria that we're injecting into the body, along with the adjuvants, create something called molecular mimicry, which means the body sees those viruses thinking that it's foreign, but actually finds pieces of those viruses that match pieces of the self. And the immune system doesn't differentiate between what it's been told to reject and itself. So it will turn the immune system on itself, leading to an autoimmune condition. We know this about hepatitis B, we know it about the Gardasil vaccine, and we know it about the flu vaccine. And we continue to say unequivocally that the vaccines have been studied effectively and that they're safe, and that's just not true.
Okay. So, yeah. I don't know where to begin, but basically, if you saw the date on this, he's talking about vaccines in general. This was early 2020. The COVID vaccines, or what do you want to call them, lethal serums, were not unleashed yet. So that was in around 2021, early parts. So, yeah, ironically, in academia, this was the first time I came across this whole attitude toward anti-vaxxer. That was actually something before the lockdown, before this 21st century genocide, medical tyranny. And I was stunned, shocked, because I found these videos like this one online talking about how Down syndrome, for example, was being caused by vaccines, according to research. And these people were being attacked, and I was being attacked and brought it up for bringing it up. I was in a program that was I was the only male in there. It was a program for education. A bunch of adult women, most of them had children, and you would think they would be thankful. Not that I didn't share this information with them, expecting some kind of thanks or something. But hey, just as a moral imperative, hey, you know what? Here's are the findings. They're taking this to court. I got attacked for it, and that was the first time I got confronted with anti-vaxxer. So they had already put this. They already put the germophobia in our minds with all the hand sanitizers and all the media about, oh, you touch a doorknob, you're gonna die. Oh, don't touch a doorknob. For crying out loud. And the same thing, with Asians, Orientals in Europe. I was, seeing them muzzled years before the lockdown. So they were pushing that. They were already conditioned. I don't know which. But this OCD psychosis, fabricated OCD, was being pushed years in advance before the vaccines and lockdown. All right, let's take a look at this one.
Yeah, it's absolutely scientifically clear that these vaccines do not prevent acquisition of the disease. SARS-CoV-2 does not prevent transmission of the disease, does not prevent illness from the disease, and does not prevent death from the disease. And in fact, in studies, the all-cause mortality rates have been shown now to be higher in numerous studies in those who have received the vaccine than those who have not. So it does not prevent transmission. Those who have gotten the shots can acquire and transmit at equal volumes. University of Wisconsin, University of California, Vietnam, multiple studies affirming this scientifically peer-reviewed data.
And mechanistically, he's basically talked about it's from IgA. Secretory IgA is the most abundant antibody in our body, and it does not get stimulated from any of these vaccines. This is a respiratory virus. Secretory IgA is in the respiratory system, and that's one of the main reasons why vaccinated people actually harboring more virus.
Okay. Well, what do you know? Any questions about that? And again, these are experts. This is in a hearing. Where are the arrests? 0 deaths in the NFL, pre-vax, 0 arrests post lethal serum genocide. Okay. All right, let's take a look at this one. This is a little more in depth.
What if we change the conversation, move the conversation away from the strength of the virus towards the strength of the body? You see, I know full well that your body's ability to overcome disease like coronavirus is far greater than anyone, including our government, the CDC, and these administrative doctors had led you to believe. In fact, Merck, a pharmaceutical company and vaccine producer, was working on a COVID vaccine, but they stopped. The reason being, they said it was far more effective to get the virus naturally and recover than to get the shot. In fact, they stated the vaccinated group had inferior immunity to the unvaccinated. In the hospitals in town, I saw them post something on social media, and I've also seen many claims, but they said there's nothing you can do naturally to fight this disease. And I find that very insulting. I believe that is the worst thing you can tell a patient, because it steals all hope. And right now, these administrative doctors or organizations in the government, they're not using this opportunity to educate the people. It means to be healthy. Instead, they're telling us there's nothing we can do. So just sit back in your recliner, watch your television, eat your Doritos, drink your sodas, avoid the gym, and stay far away from your neighbor, and wear multiple masks. And just wait till this savior of a vaccine comes. Well, most people I know don't want anything to do with the vaccine. And Pfizer, one of the vaccine companies pushing this vaccine out, has a track record. And I'm going to read the short list to save time because I only have 3 minutes. Pfizer received the biggest fine in U.S. history as part of a $2.3 billion plea for mispromoting medicines and paying kickbacks to compliant doctors. Pfizer paid more than $60 million to settle a lawsuit over a diabetes medication that caused patients to die from acute liver failure. They paid $430 million in 2004 to settle criminal charges for bribing doctors. In 2011, they committed racketeering fraud and agreed to pay $142 million in the settlement. They were caught using Nigerian children as human guinea pigs without the parents' consent, violating the Nuremberg Code. Now, the vaccine courts have paid over $4 billion in injuries since '86, and only 1% of vaccine injuries are reported. Not only that, I have a dossier put together by some of the best attorneys in the nation and physicians. This is the dossier that I'm going to submit to the council calling for the arrest of Dr. Fauci. On page 4, it talks about the violations. It is well documented, well reported, and well researched. Some of the violations, and I'm again going to read the short list. Marketing manipulation, conspiring to criminal commercial activity, lying to Congress, acts of domestic terrorism resulting in the death of American citizens, and funding and conspiring to commit acts of terror. I encourage you to read through this. This was sent to me from some of the best physicians and attorneys that I know. Newsflash. Our health is not the number one priority of these drug commercials, or drug companies. Their main priority is to sell more drugs and vaccines. In other words, they don't care about our health, they care about our stockholders. Germophobia used to be a mental health disorder, but now it's considered a virtue. We're told that a droplet causes the spread of this disease, and the germ theory doesn't tell the full story. Blaming this disease on a droplet or germ is like blaming the flies for the trash. We must get back to being human again, loving thy neighbor, not fearing him. My shirt says the immune system is not a conspiracy.
Gonna need you to wrap up.
It's time to lift the regulations and get back to the old normal. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Tapper. Dr. Merritt, 1811Q straight.
Needs him to wrap up. Now that he brings up Jesus. Go figure. But there you go. It says, well, now let's hear from one of the whistleblowers. One of the guys who was involved in creating this has been warning about this since the very beginning, way before he was even unleashed. And he, of course, he was treated like an enemy of the state.
They are not working against this. And in fact, the data are suggesting that vaccination may increase an adult's risk of becoming infected, hospitalized, or dying compared to the unvaccinated. And so, furthermore, we have these adverse events that are becoming more and more clear. There's the myocarditis. One of the more common ones behind the myocarditis is reactivation of latent DNA viruses. So this is Epstein-Barr virus, infectious mononucleosis, shingles, herpes, cytomegalovirus, these DNA viruses that are kept in Pandora's box by your T cell function. And we have lots of scientific data now that are demonstrating that these vaccines, particularly RNA vaccines, are damaging T cell responses. So when you hear this talk about these vaccines causing AIDS, people think when they hear AIDS, they hear HIV. No, the vaccines aren't causing you to be infected with the HIV virus. They're causing a form of acquired immunodeficiency syndrome. That's what AIDS stands for, acquired immunodeficiency syndrome, AIDS. And these vaccines are causing a form of AIDS, and we can see it by the frequent herpes and other Epstein-Barr, infectious mononucleosis, etc. These are the things that often are driving the post-vaccination syndrome, where people really feel crummy for a long period of time afterwards, low energy and all that. Often it's the EBV that's come up. That's what I'm hearing from frontline docs all over the world. And so to take another dose of something that isn't going to provide protection against infection may actually make it more likely that you get infected, is associated with adverse events like myocarditis, is associated with T cell suppression, is associated with reactivation of latent DNA viruses, may be associated with some increased risk of cancers, may affect, obviously causes blood clotting problems. That's very clear. You know, who cares about blood clotting problems? Well, everybody should care about it. And blood clotting is one of those things in medicine that can affect every single organ in your body. You know, a blood clot in your brain, we have a word for that. We call it a stroke. You don't want to have a stroke, okay? It's a bad thing. You don't want to have damage to your heart. You don't want to have a blood clot form in your pelvis and thrown up into your lungs, okay? These are bad things.
Straight from the horse's mouth, so to speak. Again, he was involved in early years of creating these serums. So, yeah, very good summary of that. And, nope. Okay, let me stop sharing that. Now let me share with you, just so you guys can see. Try again, multiple clicks, dead air. Who we're talking about, who these whistleblowers are. More clicks. Hallelujah. Okay. Thank you, StreamYard, for making me pay for something that gives an automatic pop-up over my play button. And makes me do 1,000 clicks. It doesn't always work properly after I do the clicks. Thank you. Anyway, and this is why we don't jam microchips into our brains. Okay, so Dr. Kerry Mullis, inventor of the PCR, we talked about him repeatedly. I mean, from the very beginning, this is all a fabrication, a lie, as we demonstrated, diabolically backward. This is from his mouth. The guy who created this PCR test that was used to diagnose everyone under the sun repeatedly for COVID, including non-symptomatic COVID, whatever the hell that's supposed to be. The PCR doesn't tell you that you're sick, and it doesn't tell you that the thing you ended up with really was going to hurt you or anything like that. No. End quote. It's for academic reasons. In other words, so you can fluff your papers and prove that what the BS that you're slinging as an academic is real. But let's not get off on a tangent there. I've only been in academia for 20 years. I've only been invited to help with the recertification of a state university. I don't know what I'm talking about. Anyway, with regards to academia and how fake that is, how common it is too, and so on. Anyway, okay, Dr. Mike Eden, former vice president and chief scientist at Pfizer. Woo-wee. Let's see what he has to say. Quote, basically, everything your government has told you about this virus, everything you need to do to stay safe is a lie. No kidding. Actually, I'll include again, it's not only a lie, it's the exact opposite of reality. It's diabolical, literally, satanic. Every part of it, and I'll be challenged on that. Okay. Dr. Robert W. Malone, who we just watched a video from, the inventor of the messenger RNA technology, these lethal serums. One of our problems, or the foundation of these lethal serums, quote, one of our problems here is that assumption that this is like every other vaccine we've ever seen. And it's not. Talk about an understatement. And these were only a few of the whistleblowers, but some of the bigger names that were, of course, treated like criminals. Now, let's go back for a second after some more clicks and revisit that concept of disclosure, of being treated without knowing what you're being treated with. Medically being informed. This is documents from Pfizer that were released during a hearing investigation into Pfizer by European, it's this European committee. Look at what everything's. I mean, where's the disclosure? This is a government hearing, and Pfizer's playing games with them. People, where is Nuremberg? Where are the arrests? Zero to date. Why? Okay. Let's hear from these guys. This is with a video that I mentioned earlier that has a little more.
I have witnessed vaccine injury. It's real. It's not rare, despite what you're led to believe or told. I've met many families that have lost a child due to a vaccine, and I have seen a lot of vaccine injury firsthand in my office. It's truly devastating when you see it. It's heartbreaking. Now, this vaccine bill that Senator Ben Hansen has implemented, I think, is very important. We need to protect our rights and freedoms during emergency crisis. In 2019, the ACIP, the Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices, stated that they cannot force vaccinate, but they can force compliance. The World Health Organization also put together and stated that the greatest threat to our health are those who refuse vaccinations, and I think that's very scary. Now, this vaccine put on by Pfizer and Moderna is also very terrifying. If you understand Pfizer's record, I have 15 minutes of research, or 15 years of research, so I have to cram in 3 minutes here. But Pfizer, to give you in history, they have the largest fraudulent track record in U.S. history. They have paid out the largest fine in U.S. history, a $2.3 billion plea deal for misleading the public, billions of dollars in bribing doctors, and also racketeering fraud. They were found in violation of the Nuremberg Code when they were using Nigerian children against the parents' consent and using them as guinea pigs. Vaccine companies, there is a vaccine courts that have paid out $4 billion in injuries.
Okay. Without parents' consent, again, we saw it in America with National Guard, with military troops, UN getting involved, police, school officials putting these lethal serums into children, not only without parents knowing, but even when parents were saying, don't do that, they still did it. the land of the free. Where is the accountability? Okay. Next up, let's go into now abortion, the stem cell stuff. We didn't really touch on that. One of the ingredients for these lethal serums is stem cells. How about that? I'm just going to leave that there. Listen, take a listen to this.
Pieces of the fetuses were pituitary gland, that were chopped up into pieces to okay, included the lung of the fetuses.
Yes.
Okay, included the skin.
Yes.
Kidney.
Yes.
Spleen.
Yes.
Heart.
Yes.
And tongue.
I don't recall, but yeah, probably yes.
So I just want to make sure I understand. In your entire career, and this was just one study, so I'm going to ask you again. In your entire career, how many fetuses have you worked with?
Well, I don't remember the exact number, but quite a few when we were studying them originally, before we decided to use them to make vaccines.
Do you have any sense? I mean, this one study had 76. How many other studies did you have that you used aborted fetuses for?
Oh, I don't remember how many.
You're aware? Are you aware that one of the objections to vaccination by the plaintiff in this case is the inclusion of aborted fetal tissue in the development of vaccines, and the fact that it's actually part of the ingredients of vaccines?
Yeah, I'm aware of those objections. The Catholic Church has actually issued a document on that which says that individuals who need the vaccine should receive the vaccines regardless of the fact, and that I think it implies that I am the individual who will go to hell because of the use of aborted tissues, which I am glad to do.
Okay. Do you know if the mother is Catholic?
I have no idea.
Okay.
Wow. I mean, that's beyond revelation of the method. And we're proud of it. I mean, I've seen videos of abortion doctors, by the way, get up on a slight tangent, but not really, of abortion doctors, being challenged about what they're doing. And that's the attitude. They're just like, they manifest, as they say in these circles. You just get crazy and have this attitude. Yeah, I'm killing people. I'm killing babies. Go away. Just enjoying it, relishing it. And here's the sinister irony, the wondrous insanity of this. They're killing babies. They're using stem cells from babies that they murdered to create a lethal serum that they forced on us to kill more people. Does that get more Georgia Guidestones in that? More depopulation? More they, them? Baphomet worship kind of stuff? All right. But thank God, I mean literally, thank God, people are not waiting for God to intervene. They're not waiting on Christmas. They've been active. Faith without works is dead. And they've been fighting back. And now we're benefiting to some degree from their sacrifices, from those efforts, those works. And that's why these dictates have been pushed off. But unfortunately, we're being distracted by all this other nonsense. We've got to choose. It's the fault of the Russians that, there's an economic crisis, not the lockdowns. And we have to choose either Ukraine or Russia or else. We have to choose between Israel, Burla, Albert Burla, look him up again, or the Gestapo, the new SS, the Muslims, and all these other didactic nonsense that they keep distracting us with. Put all crap to the side. As so many have already illustrated in the things that I'm sharing today, these warriors of Christ that are sacrificing, they're willing to sacrifice not only their careers themselves to help everyone else. Take care of each other, people. Do what you have to fight back, to push back. Keep on the pressure, because this is not over. We can't sit on our laurels and wait for Christ to do the work. We've got to be active ourselves, too. Save as many as we can.
Hi, my name is Matt Walsh. I'm a community member in Nashville and a father of four. You and the school board have decided that our kids should go to school all day, every day, wearing muzzles like rabid dogs. I have listened to your arguments, and I've noticed that they're missing a few things, namely evidence, data, science, common sense, and basic human decency. You've presented no facts at all, so let me do that now. Here they are. COVID poses almost no risk to our kids at all. 4.2 million children have tested positive for COVID. A total of 0.008% of them have died. What about the flu? The CDC estimates that 480 kids died from the flu in the 2018-2019 season. That's more than have died from COVID in a year and a half. Now, did anyone on this board suggest at any point that year that kids wear masks? Did anyone in this room suggest that at any point anyone wear masks for flu, which again is more dangerous to kids than COVID? That's a fact. Now, do you know what it's called when you force your children to wear masks for fear of a virus that poses almost no threat to them? It's called child abuse. You want to look up a disease, look up Munchausen by proxy, because that's what this is. If you think I'm exaggerating, then how would you respond to a parent who forced his kid to wear a football helmet every day, all day, for fear of falling coconuts and meteors? Your kid is almost as likely to die of COVID as he is from a rock from the sky, and yet if you saw that, you would say to that parent that he is abusive, that he is forcing his kid to participate in this utterly insane charade in order to satisfy his delusional, psychotic hypochondria. Now, do any of you know what sort of psychological damage we do to children by forcing them to cover their faces, teaching them that the air is toxic, that everyone around them is sick? Have you wondered about the health effects of forcing kids to breathe through sweat and spit and dirt-soaked rags every single day? What about learning to read and they can't see the teacher enunciating the words? What does it do to a child's developing immune system if he has to wear a mask all day, every day? You're satisfied to place this burden on children anyway. And why? It's not to keep them safe. They are safe. It's not to keep the adults safe. They can all get vaccinated if they want. No, you do it to make yourselves feel better and to protect yourselves politically. The child's mask is a symbolic security blanket for you, not them. It's a disgrace and you should all be ashamed. Thank you for your time.
Hoorah, as an Al Pacino character might say, hoorah. Yeah, and there's more of that. But let me first share a document reinforcing what he's saying. It's kind of crazy that we have to make this argument using scientific evidence that, you know, the masks don't work, the masks are detrimental. Like the guy said, where the hell is the common sense? But the science around the use of masks by public to impede COVID-19 transmission is advancing rapidly. In this narrative review, we develop an analytical framework to examine mask usage, synthesizing relevant literature to inform multiple areas, population impact, transmission characteristics, social control, blah, 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 blah. Let's go down to the conclusion, because but anyway, hold on. Where to go? Conclusions. Here we go. Our review literature offers evidence. Are you kidding me? Whereas common have few no symptoms, non-medical masks have been effective in reducing transmission of respiratory viruses. In places and time periods where mask usage is required or widespread, have shown substantially lower community transmission. Are these people retarded or what? I'm sorry. Forgive me for the use of language. The available evidence suggests that near universal adoption of non-medical masks when out in public in combination with complementary public health measures could successfully reduce, thereby reducing community spread of such measures as sustained. Okay. My apologies, folks. Yeah, that kind of really irks me. Yeah, again, the evidence is overwhelming that the masks don't help. If it helped, then why was there a spread of COVID, quote unquote COVID, when everyone's isolated to the extreme, everyone's wearing masks, everyone's doing, you know, everything they're supposed to, whether they like it or not, under government and military oppression, yet COVID's still spreading. Where's your science on that? It wasn't us being said in this report. The sellouts, the degree that the people push this is disgusting, is deplorable. I mean, I don't know what to say anymore. I don't know what to say anymore. All right, let's get back to, let's show one more video on the mask, and let me show you some real scientists.
Those masks don't work, okay? You go to the power plant, radiation. Limerick, radiation. Pure oxygen, pure air. Can't get in. Eyes, goggles, entry points. Eyes, goggles, nose, skin. Yeah, even your little, what are they called? Pores? Yeah. Anything can get in. Anything. Okay? So in OSHA, thanks to OSHA, this is what I have to wear every day when I go to GlaxoSmithKline, pharmaceutical. Okay, viruses. Hey, Doc, what about a virus? Do you wear this suit when you're working on a virus? Because when I go in and they're working on hepatitis, they're working on AIDS, okay, this is where I go in, okay? This is what I subject myself to so I can make a living. This is what I have to wear, okay? And I don't want to wear it every day, but it saves my life, yes. But those masks and the doctor's masks that you're asking my kid to wear, they don't do nothing. They don't do nothing. It's not a super spreader. What you all should do is stop watching the news, turn the TV off, and become neighbors. Become neighbors again.
Amen. I got to.
Those masks don't work.
It's not that they don't do nothing. Quite the opposite. They were quite detrimental. Quite detrimental. And we're still suffering that from today. And people today still, think they're doing someone a favor by not addressing their psychosis, whether it's fabricated or not. Some of them might have already had OCD, but the rest of them, everyone who's afflicted with something is a victim, but the rest of them, please intervene. If you actually care, the opposite of love, people, some might say the opposite of love is what? Hate, right? Wrong. The opposite of love is apathy. Ask any kid, for example, what hurts more, when I'm being mean or when I ignore the kid? It's the absence of love is the opposite of love. If you care about others, speak up. Okay, so speaking of speaking up, here's some more people who did that, who put their careers on the line, who did not quit. The frontline doctors. The one in the middle actually got arrested for it and became public enemy because she was became the face of the organization, Frontline Doctors. But they've done so much work to combat this. It is because of these people, the real doctors, the real heroes, that we now have a fighting chance against this historical medical tyranny, this commie Nazi pagan fascism, this genocide. Sorry, I'm getting a little emotional. Let me take a breath. Breathe. Jesus prayer. Okay. So let me share another video. This one I'm going to have to share, unfortunately, a different way. So give me a couple of minutes here to do a few clicks. Apologies for the dead air. Oh, by the way, Harry, this is a good one. Okay, you know what? Let me share this one instead real quick. Give me 1 second, folks, because this is actually really good. It puts things into perspective with regards to the vax. Actually, yeah. So basically, again, let's recap. Okay, year one, let's call it 2020. We were forced to do things that are detrimentally backwards for our health, like 6 feet apart, social distancing, whatever that means, absolute isolation, which is bad for your mental health and by extension your physical health. We were stressed the entire time, absolutely bad for your health. Okay, attacks your immune system. A lack of physical fitness, absolutely bad for your health. Obesity in the process, absolutely bad for your health. Causes all kinds of things in itself. And then people were offing themselves because their livelihoods were destroyed for nonsensical fascist dictates that made no sense. Like, you got to close your mom and pop but Walmart and the like continue to thrive, even though more people interact there. So that's year one, lockdown. Year two, forced vaxes. So many people had, or I should say, let me rephrase that. Some people were diagnosed, two different things. Again, the asymptomatic says it all. And the creator of the PCR tester said, don't use this to diagnose something. That should say everything to begin with, but it didn't, unfortunately. I mean, they found the perfect thing to push their nonsense with. Anyway, so post-vax, again, an NFL example, over 1,000 players and staff, fat guys, out of shape people, were diagnosed with COVID, including asymptomatic. That was pre-vax. Post-vax, pre-vax, none died. Post-vax, all of a sudden, football players were dropping like flies. And on and on. But let's look at the airlines things. Remember the restrictions on airlines and, you know, the Vax Pass, and you had to be vaccinated to do anything, to even travel. Remember that?
Well, here's another inconvenient truth. In other parts of the world, airlines are now advising people who have been vaccinated not to fly. Yep, you heard me correctly. Airlines in Spain and Russia are warning people who have been vaccinated against coronavirus not to travel because of the risk of blood clots. Now, this is a well-known risk of long-haul flights, but apparently it's exacerbated by the potential side effects, the clotting side effects of the COVID-19 vaccines. It's just another sign that there really isn't anybody in a position of authority you can truly trust anymore. And therein lies the problem. The global push is towards empowering the clearly untrustables with even more authority and control over all of us. These people are already rewriting history to suit themselves. They're poisoning our children's minds with harmful and damaging concepts about race and gender fluidity in schools. They're now insisting we submit to a global medical experiment, even while they've demonstrated they're making little more than educated guesses as to why. For decades, these totalitarians have been taking baby steps towards their final goal, but now they're sprinting towards the finishing line, sensing that victory is near at hand. So it's now up to us to put a stop to this madness. We can't rely on government, I should say, to do it for us, because government are actually a big part of the problem. We need less of them and we need more of us. Us individuals who ought to be able to make decisions for ourselves, who can wean ourselves off of government dependency and can pursue a mission of individual autonomy and decentralised authority. And the decentralisation agenda, it's rapidly emerging, mostly through the use of blockchain technology. It is going to be a game changer, and it's what governments fear most. It will make the army of paper shufflers who exert power over us entirely redundant. It will radically change trade and commerce, money and information as we know it. It will bring immutable trust back into the system while allowing freedom to reign. So try as they might to resist liberty's bell from ringing, the established powers cannot stop what is coming. That's why they've redoubled their efforts to advance their own agenda. But that rush has only exposed their frailty and their hypocrisy. Slowly but surely, the people will wake up. And that's what these plutocratic elites fear the most.
Yeah, I mean, it is happening. Even like we said with the Canadian dude, you know, and then, yeah, I mean, other places they are at least going to court. Hopefully it's not one of those congressional things where they go to before Congress, right? One of those things, if they go for Congress, the next thing you know, they're more powerful, right? We'll see, but you know, at least something's being done here. It's promising. But at the end of the day, no matter what, Jesus Christos Nika, Jesus Christ is victorious. In the meantime, people that works is dead. We got to keep on the pressure. We got to hold them accountable, or it will continue to get worse. Okay, so let's take a look at one of the more popular frontline doctors, an outspoken Christian, who spoke scientifically about an alternative. This was pre-vax, addressing their quote-unquote plague. Let's take a listen.
Hello, I'm Dr. Stella Emanuel. I'm a primary care physician in Houston, Texas. You know, I actually went to medical school in West Africa, Nigeria, where I took care of malaria patients, treated them with hydroxychloroquine and stuff like that. So I'm actually used to these medications. I'm here because I have personally treated over 350 patients with COVID. Patients that have diabetes, patients that have high blood pressure, patients that have asthma, old people. I think my oldest patient is 92, 87-year-olds. And the result has been the same. I put them on hydroxychloroquine, I put them on zinc, I put them on Zitromax, and they are all well. For the past few months, I've taken care of over 350 patients. We've not lost one. Not a diabetic, not a somebody with high blood pressure, not somebody with asthma, not an old person. We've not lost one patient. And on top of that, I've put myself, my staff, and many doctors that I know on hydroxychloroquine for prevention, because by the very mechanism of action, it works early and as a prophylaxis. We see patients, 10 to 15 COVID patients every day. We give them breathing treatments. We only wear surgical masks. None of us has gotten sick. It works. So right now, I came here to Washington, D.C. to say, America, nobody needs to die. The study that made me start using hydroxychloroquine was a study that they did under the NIH in 2005. That say it works. Recently, I was doing some research about a patient that had hiccups, and I found that they even did a recent study in the NIH, which is our National Institute, that is the National NIH, National Institute of Health. They actually had a study, and go look it up. Type hiccups and COVID, you will see it. They treated a patient that had hiccups with hydroxychloroquine, and it proved that COVID is a symptom of hiccups. It's a symptom of COVID. So if the NIH knows that treating the patient with hydroxychloroquine proves that hiccup is a symptom of COVID, then they definitely know that hydroxychloroquine works. I'm upset. Why I'm upset is that I see people that cannot breathe. I see parents walk in, I see diabetics sick in my office, knowing that this is a death sentence and they can't breathe. And I hug them and I tell them, it's going to be okay, you're going to live. And we treat them and they live. None has died. So if some fake science, some person sponsored by all these fake pharma companies comes and say, oh, we've done studies and they found out that it doesn't work, I can tell you categorically it's fake science. I want to know who is sponsoring that study. I want to know who is behind it, because there is no way I can treat 350 patients and counting and nobody is dead and they all did better. And then you're going to tell me that you treated 20 people, 40 people and it didn't work. I'm a true testimony. So I came here to Washington, D.C. to tell America, nobody needs to get sick. This virus has a cure. It is called hydroxychloroquine, zinc, and Zitromax. I know people want to talk about masks. Hello? You don't need masks. There is a cure. I know they don't want to open schools. No, you don't need people to be locked down. There is prevention and there is a cure. And let me tell you something. All you fake doctors out there that tell me, oh yeah, I want a double-blinded studies. I just tell you, it's sounding like a computer, double-blinded. I don't know whether your chips are malfunctioning, but I'm a real doctor. I have radiologists, we have plastic surgeons, we have neurosurgeons like Sanjay Gupta saying, oh yeah, it doesn't work and it causes heart disease. Let me ask you, Dr. Sanjay Gupta, hear me. Have you ever seen a COVID patient? Have you ever treated anybody with hydroxychloroquine and they died from heart disease? When you do, come and talk to me. Because I sit down in my clinic every day and I see this patient walk in every day, scared to death. I see people driving 2-3 hours to my clinic because some ER doctor is scared of the Texas board, or they are scared of something and they will not prescribe medication to these people. I tell all of you doctors that are sitting down and watching Americans die, you're like the good Nazi, the good Germans that watch Jews get killed and you did not speak up. If they come after me, they threaten me. They've threatened to, I've gotten all kinds of threats. Oh, they're going to report me to the boards. I say, you know what? I don't care. I'm not going to let Americans die. And if this is the mountain, if this is the hill where I get nailed on, I will get nailed on it. I don't care. You can report me to the boards. You can kill me. You can do whatever. But I'm not going to let Americans die. And today I'm here to say that America, there is a cure for COVID. All this foolishness, does not need to happen. There is a cure for COVID. There is a cure for COVID. It's called hydroxychloroquine. It's called zinc. It's called Zitromax. And it is time for the grassroots to wake up and say, no, we're not going to take this any longer. We're not going to die. Because let me tell you something. When somebody is dead, they are dead. They're not coming back tomorrow to have an argument. They're not coming back tomorrow to discuss the double-blinded study and the data. All of you doctors that are waiting for data, if 6 months down the line, you actually found out that this data shows that this medication works, how about your patients that have died? You want a double-blinded study where people are dying? It's unethical. So, guys, we don't need to die. There is a cure for COVID. Oh my God.
Okay. Yeah, that's great. You know, she sums it up really well. I mean, what else do you have to say after that? Boom, as Rob Christian would say, boom. One, we got the PCR test, faulty by its creator. You're not supposed to use it. Boom. Two, we got diabolical backward lockdown dictates and muzzles that we're not supposed to be wearing, and people, unfortunately, through force fabricated OCD are using. Boom. You know, and now we've got not only these frontline doctors, but other doctors, independent of frontline doctors, and scientists and virologists. We're going to watch a video from virologists now. 3 months into this, into the lockdown, also saying the same things and then some, and then also being attacked for it. Saying, you know, this is all nonsense. Why are we doing this stuff? Never mind, all this stuff we're doing is backward and bad for everyone and everything in every way. But we have a cure. So what is this about? We have a cure. A year before, let's say, practically a full year before the vaccines were forced on people, there was a cure. Boom. All right. I mean, for the love of God, for crying out loud, clearly this was driven by pure evil, not science. The exact opposite of truth and obvious onerous agenda. Okay, so let me share now this video. This one's a bit longer, but I'll interject as we go. But yeah, this one is one that, again, these guys were villainized for. Again, they're virologists, they're scientists, they're also medical practitioners. I'll let them speak for themselves, but you'll see the degree of violence. And again, this was released mid-2020, give or take. Actually, probably early 2020. Yet, we still continued down the path of lockdowns under Donald Trump, and we still forced vaccinations under his Project Warpspeed and pushed them and continue to do so to this day. Why is that? And where are the arrests? Where are the arrests? Oh, wait a minute. Let me make sure I got sound. Sorry, guys. Click, 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 clickety, clicky, click. Click, click. I got a little emotional there. I didn't make sure I got enough clicks in there. Okay, yeah, we're good. Okay, yeah, we're not good. All right. It's a good thing I did that. All right, so here we go. Hopefully, let me know if you guys can hear it, please.
We've really wanted to come together today and kind of just talk about what we've learned over the last couple months here at Accelerated, and really talk about what's happening in Kern County with our testing, what's happening in California with the testing, and kind of an ER physician, entrepreneur perspective on what's going on, and kind of what we think the approach should be going forward. And Dr. Masihi and myself have been dealing with this as you have. I'm sure you guys are working from home, you're sheltering in place, you're isolating yourself, and we want to talk about it that still makes sense. So we want to kind of take everything we've learned and throw it against the backdrop of who we are. You know, we both have had extensive classes in microbiology and biochemistry and immunology. We've studied this for each of us 20 years, and we take everything that we're seeing today and we put that against that backdrop and say, does this make sense? Are we following the science? We keep hearing following the science. What is science essentially? It's the study of the natural world through experiment, through observation. So that's what we're doing. We're studying the disease around us. We're making observations. We're doing testing experiments to figure out exactly what's going on. And so this has caused some severe disruptions for accelerated, as we have people coming in 7 in the morning until midnight. We're reporting to the health department, or we're calling patients back, and at the same time, our volumes have dropped significantly. The hospitals, their ICUs are empty, essentially, and they're shutting down floors, they're furloughing patients, they're furloughing doctors. So the health system has been evacuated in certain places. In New York, the health system is working at maximum capacity. In California, we're really at a minimal capacity, getting rid of our doctors and nurses because we just don't have the volume. The hospitals don't, as I've met with their CEOs twice in the last week, and we don't as well. So we're busy with paperwork for COVID, and we're all focusing on COVID. And so one of the things I'd like to talk about is when I talk to ER physicians around the country, what's happening? Well, because COVID has become the focus, people with heart disease, people with cancer, hypertension, and various things that are critical are choosing not to come in based on fear. So what that's doing is causing the health system to focus on COVID and not focus on a myriad of other things that are critical, because we don't have the staff there, and the major component is fear. People are saying, I don't want to go get seen by my doctor. What if I get the COVID? So there is a lot of second.
Sorry, I just want to make sure we're still, there's an echo. Go figure, it's always something. What about, I just had some kind of weird automatic interference. Was the video still going? Well, yes, okay, thank you. Sorry about that. Sorry for the interruption. I just want to make sure because everything just kind of cut off automatically. I apologize about the echo. I'm not quite sure what to do about that. That's not supposed to be. My apologies. Hopefully it's not too bad.
Secondary effects to COVID that aren't being talked about. And so we'd like to kind of look at how we responded as a nation and why we responded. Our first initial response 2 months ago was a little bit of fear. We decided to shut down travel to and from China. These are good ideas when you don't have any facts. We decided to keep people at home and isolate them. Even though everything we've studied about quarantine, typically you quarantine the sick. When someone has measles, you quarantine them. We've never seen where we quarantine the healthy, where you take those without disease and without symptoms and lock them in your home. So some of these things, from what we've studied from immunology and microbiology, aren't really meshing with what we know as people of scientific minds that read this stuff every day. So that's kind of how we started. We don't know what's going on. We see this new virus. How should we respond? So we did that initially. And over the last couple of months, we've gained a lot of data. Typically in Kern County, for instance, we've tested 5,213 people, and we have 340 positive COVID cases. Well, that's 6.5% of the population, which would indicate that there's a widespread viral infection, similar to flu. We think it's kind of ubiquitous throughout California. We're going to go over those numbers a little bit to kind of help you see how widespread COVID is and see how we should be responding to it based on its prevalence throughout society, or the existence of the cases that we already know about. So if we look at California, these numbers are from yesterday. We have 33,865 COVID cases out of a total of 280,900 total tested. That's 12% of Californians were positive for COVID. So we don't, the initial, as you guys know, the initial models were woefully inaccurate. They predicted millions of cases of death, not of prevalence of incidence, but death. That is not materializing. What is materializing in the state of California is 12% positives. Well, if we have 39.5 million people, if we just take a basic calculation and extrapolate that out, that equates to about 4.7 million cases throughout the state of California, which means this thing is widespread. That's the good news. We've seen 1,227 deaths in the state of California with a possible incidence or prevalence of 4.7 million. That means you have a 0.03 chance of dying from COVID-19 in the state of California. 0.03 chance of dying from COVID in the state of California.
Okay. So in case you missed it, I've got to restate that. So that's less than 0.5%, right? Way less, of dying from COVID. That was that first year. This is about 3 months into it, I believe you said. April 29, 2020. Yeah, just a few months into it, as far as the United States is concerned, because the first cases were in Boston, I think was in February, give or take. Correct me if I'm wrong on that. Yeah, so, yeah, I mean, it's just frustrating, folks. Not only that, as we discussed and we've demonstrated through other experts and so on, that and he'll talk about it here too, the comorbidities, the people that were dying were already dying anyway. Okay. And then there's all this information, by the way, we haven't even touched on, about who was being diagnosed with COVID post-death. I mean, people that were dying of other things were being, documented as a COVID death, and that was by dictate, by protocol, by forced protocol. You do that or else, or by incentive. It was, let me throw in allegedly, because of U-boob and the commie Nazi pagans. But yeah, there was sources that said that there was actually financing for people that were putting on the respirator machines. Remember those? And those were, so many were coming out and saying, hey, you know what? You don't do that unless someone's about to die anyway. That's really to extend it. And those are lethal in themselves. So then there's that. But also, I think the number was something like 25,000 for a COVID death through, I don't want to say the agency, but some kind of insurance agency. I guess it was a money-making thing to, or was it a respirator? I might have it backwards, like 17,000, 25,000. I don't know. Fact check these things, guys. You can get your sources online. Vetted documentation on this. Unfortunately, I don't have that handy for you. My apologies for that. But regardless, that was coming from experts, from insiders, from whistleblowers. And so there was also financial incentive. One, financial incentive. Don't lose your job. Don't lose your license, right? Don't lose your livelihood. If you speak the truth and give people a cure like ivermectin, what they labeled the horse medicine, which, by the way, ivermectin, yeah, and by the way, the hydroxychloroquine, let's emphasize how that cure, there was, she said, 100% efficacy. Again, you didn't get that number. It's almost never happening in science, 100% efficacy. But not only that, she said these people had all these comorbidities, yet she didn't lose a single one. There was no side effects from it. And the same was true with ivermectin. Ivermectin, so many people came public, they took it and say, you know what? I had this COVID disease, this crazy flu. By the way, I'll tell you how when I got my COVID. Yeah, don't let me forget to tell you that story. I'll tell you now, actually. But yeah, the ivermectin, there was being portrayed as horse medicine. That was an outright lie. The horse medicine version of ivermectin, you have to get through a veterinarian. Ivermectin, regular ivermectin, you get it through a pharmacist. Okay, so, and I got it myself. I had to go through some loops to get it because it was you're being treated like a criminal to get it. They were actually keeping people away from medicine, from a cure for their fabricated disease, literally fabricated on so many levels. So, but yeah, 2015 is when I got COVID. 2015. You might say I'm BSing, but I got something that was the way people describe COVID is what I got. And it wasn't, what I got wasn't the flu. It was more intense. It wasn't pneumonia. I know what pneumonia is. I actually had it as a child. I know what that is. Yeah, so it was neither or, but it was pretty intense. It was, again, the symptoms were exactly what people describe COVID as. 2015, it just so happened I was in the Carolinas where the military and the University of North Carolina was involved in the fabrication of this gain of function protein. In Boston, again, I think it's, I don't want to guess which hospital, but a Boston hospital over there, facilities that were involved and found it out. So, I mean, that could be happenstance. That could be coincidence. I'm just putting that out there. That's a strange coincidence nonetheless. But regardless, I got this disease. I went down to help out with the Katrina aftermath a decade later. And yeah, while I was over there volunteering to help build houses for people that, anyway, I don't want to get into that. That's another story for another time. Yeah, basically, they, yeah, I mean, people were looking at me like, dude, what's wrong with you and all that? And I couldn't go help. I guess they were figuring I was lazy or something, but I was struck. There's one guy, drove me to the airport. It was some distance. I was like, man, this is a bad idea. I'm probably infectious. I don't want to give it a guy. Like, no, don't worry about it. Takes me to the airport. A few days later, he calls me like, dude, what is it that you got? I got it. And I can't, and I'm like devastated. He couldn't work for a month. So not only did I get it, but I gave it to someone else. It was infectious. And it was bad. But it didn't kill me. It didn't kill my family members. I had two parents that have all kinds of comorbidities. In 2020, they both got it. They're both at least diagnosed with it, and they got it anyway. Neither one of them died. Other family members got it. Nobody died. 2020, pre-vax. Post-vax, my father's passed. He was diagnosed with COVID. I think that's why he died, but whatever. And anyway, I mean, enough of that. So, yeah, all kinds of shenanigans going on here. But enough's enough. Push back. For the love of God. Faith that works is dead.
Does that necessitate sheltering in place? Does that necessitate shutting down medical systems? Does that necessitate people being out of work? So that's California, and that's. I also wanted to mention that 96% of people in California who get COVID recover with almost no significant sequelae, no significant continuing medical problems. So those are important statistics for the state of California. 2 months ago, we didn't know this. So I'm going to bring it to light now because we're sharing our own data. This isn't data filtered through someone. This is our own data. We found 6.5%, and then California has found 12%. So the more you test, the more positive you get, the prevalence number goes up, and the death rate stays the same. So it gets smaller and smaller and smaller. And as we move through this data, what I want you to see is millions of cases, small amount of death. Millions of cases, small amount of death. And you will see that in every state. And since we're talking about following the science, we're going to follow the statistics and follow the science. So I want to look at New York State. They've been in the news a lot, right? And their numbers are critical. Let's go over their numbers. Cases of COVID as of yesterday, 256,272 cases in New York State, not New York City, New York, the entire.
Again, I got to put this perspective, remind you guys the PCR test was absolutely faulty. There was a financial incentive to diagnose someone with COVID.
Entire state.
I'm not saying it didn't exist. Obviously, that's the big thing now, whether or not it was real, whether or not it was fabricated in Wuhan or not. Instead of addressing the vaxes and the lockdown and implications of that, they're now trying to justify their behaviors by focusing on that topic, whether or not it was real. I'm not saying it wasn't real. I'm saying, obviously, it was way blown out of proportion, to say the very least. And it wasn't, less than 0.5% fatalities of people who had comorbidities. Yeah, I mean.
They did a total of 649,325 tests. That's 39% of New Yorkers tested positive for COVID-19. That's their ratios. This is public data online. You can all look it up.
39% of people who were tested.
39% of people were tested.
Of New York State.
Right.
New York State is there's 20 million people there would be close to 4 million.
Which is likely they likely have 7.5 million cases.
I just want to make that clarification.
Yeah.
39.
Listen to how the journalist is now the medical expert. He's going to correct the virologist and the medical practitioner. This is mass media, people. They're gonna dictate what the news is, what the facts are. Who the hell are they?
Of every New Yorker, it's every New Yorker who's been tested.
Right. So we extrapolate data.
I just want to make that.
We extrapolate data, we test people, and then we extrapolate for the entire community based on the numbers. The initial models were so inaccurate. They're not even.
But in those initial models, a lot of them are based.
Listen to this guy. Won't shut up and doing it passionately. What a commie, Nazi, Gestapo, pagan, lying, disinformation. All right.
If we did no social distancing.
Right.
Is that correct? So is it really fair to say, obviously they're not as bad as they were because those were based on alternative scenarios?
And some of them were based on social distancing and still predicted hundreds of thousands of deaths, which has been inaccurate. So in New York, the ones they tested, they found 39% positive. So if that's indicative, and they tested 649,000 people, that's a massive test. That's accurate data, 39%. So if they tested the whole state, would we indeed have 7.5 million cases? We don't know. We will never test the entire state. So we extrapolate out. We use the data we have because it's the most accurate we have versus the predictive model that have been nowhere in the ballpark of accurate. So how many deaths do they have? 19,410 out of 19 million people, which is a 0.1% chance of dying from COVID in the state of New York. And they have a 92% recovery rate. If you are indeed diagnosed with COVID-19, 92% of you will recover. So we're seeing millions of cases, small amount of death. Millions of cases, small amount of death. And the reason I'm making that point is because we're going to compare this to flu and say, is this significantly different from influenza A and B? And if not, why is our response been what it is? USA, this is a big one for us. 802,590 cases as of yesterday. We've tested over 4 million. If you guys have studied globally what's happening, that's double what any other country. Germany's at 2. I realize their populations are lower, but the fact that we were able to ramp up and do 4 million is pretty impressive, which gives us a 19.6% positive out of those who were tested for COVID-19. So if this is a typical extrapolation, 328 million people times 19.6 is 64 million. That's a significant amount of people with COVID. It's similar to the flu. If you study the numbers in 2017 and 2018, we had 50 to 60 million with the flu. And we have a similar death rate. In the deaths in the United States.
Oh, let me stop there. Boom! Oh, by the way, whatever happened to the flu during 2020? It just magically disappeared. How about that? Boom! Now, again, I'm not saying the commie fascists didn't fabricate something and they're hoping to have this mass genocide. And thank God, with our God-given bodies and our natural immune systems, they failed. Thank God for that. But obviously something's going on here with all this disinformation by these commie Nazi pagans.
States were 43,545, similar to the flu of 2017, 2018. We always have between 37 and 60,000 deaths in the United States every single year. No pandemic talk, no shelter in place, no shutting down of businesses, no sending doctors home.
That's from the flu, by the way, just to clarify.
Yeah.
37,000 and 60,000 flu deaths.
Every year, per the CDC. 30 due to flu in the United States.
Shaka laka, shaka laka. Oops, there it is. Not to steal Rob Christian's thunder. Boom.
Some years, it's even as low as 20,000 some year. In 2017, 2018, it was 45 to 50,000, depending on who you read. And we don't necessarily report all of our flu tests. We do thousands of flu tests every year. We don't report every one because the flu is ubiquitous. And to that note, we have a flu vaccine. How many people even get the flu vaccine? The flu is dangerous. It kills people. So just because you have a vaccine doesn't mean it's going to be everywhere. And it doesn't mean everyone's going to take it because we see every year that we have a vaccine and I would say probably 50% of the public doesn't even want it. So just because you have a vaccine, unless you force it on the public, doesn't mean they're going to take it. I want to compare the US to Spain, because Spain is number 2 in the race for the most cases, which is not a race we want to win. They had 204,178 cases in Spain, 930,000 total tests. So we did 4 million, they did 930,000. They had a 22% of all COVID tests were positive in Spain. 22% of those tested were positive in Spain. Spain has 47 million people. So that equates to about 10 million cases. If we extrapolate the data as we've been doing with every state, gives us about 10 million cases. How many died in Spain? 21,282 out of 47 million. You have a 0.05 chance of dying from COVID as a citizen of Spain, and a 90% chance of recovery from COVID without being on a vent, without being in a hospital. I wanted to compare the US to Spain because we have the most amount of cases globally. So I thought that was important. And then when you bring up a system of lockdown, you automatically have to compare it to a system of no lockdown, Sweden and Norway. I'm Norwegian. Norway has lockdown, Sweden does not have lockdown. What happened in those two countries? Are they vastly different? Did Sweden have a massive outbreak of cases? Did Norway have...
I'm sorry, that gay guy, the journalist, quote unquote journalist, that keeps interjecting passionately. I know the facts, all right? Yeah, okay. We should shut up.
Nothing. Let's look at the numbers. Sweden has 15,322 cases of COVID. They did 74,600 tests, which is 21%, similar to the other countries. 21% of all those tested came out positive for COVID. What's the population of Sweden? About 10.4 million. So if we extrapolate out the data, about 2 million cases of COVID in Sweden. They did a little bit of social distancing. They would wear masks and separate. They went to schools, stores were open. They were almost about their normal daily life with a little bit of social distancing. They had how many deaths? 1,765. California's had 1,220 with isolation. No isolation, 1,765. We have more people. What I'm getting at is millions of cases, very small death. Millions of cases, very small death. This is what we're seeing everywhere. Norway, it's next door neighbor. This is where I come from. These are two Scandinavian nations. We can compare them as they are similar. Let's look at the data. Norway, 7,191 cases of COVID. Total COVID tests, 145,279. So they came up with 4.9% of all COVID tests were positive in Norway. Population in Norway, 5.4 million. So if we extrapolate the data as we've been doing, which is the best we can do at this point, they have about 1.3 million cases. Now their deaths as a total number were 182, fairly small, but statistically insignificant from 1,700, you realize. Millions of cases, small amount of deaths. 1,700, 100, these are statistically insignificant. So you have a 0.003 chance of death as a citizen of Norway and a 97% recovery. Their numbers are a little bit better. Does it necessitate shutdown, loss of jobs, destruction of the oil company, furloughing doctors? That's the question I have for you. And I think the answer is going to be increasingly clear as we move through this data. The next thing I want to talk about is the effects of COVID-19, the secondary effects. COVID-19 is one aspect of our health sector. What has it caused to have us be involved in social isolation? What has it caused that we are seeing the community respond to? Child molestation is increasing at a severe rate. We could go over multiple cases of children who have been molested due to angry family members who are intoxicated, who are home, who have no paycheck. These things last a lifetime. This isn't about a seasonal flu. These are things that will follow these people and affect them in a negative fashion for their life. And these are secondary effects from COVID. And these are from me talking to ERs, talking to my doctors, and talking to people across the country and finding out what they're seeing. Spousal abuse. We see people coming in here with black eyes and cuts on their face. It's an obvious abuse case. These are things that will affect them for a lifetime, not for a season. Alcoholism, anxiety, depression, suicide. I talked to young blood and various people in the community, and I've asked them, how are things going? Suicide is spiking. Education has dropped off. Economic collapse. Medical industry, we're all suffering because our staff isn't here and we have no volume. These are all real things that I'm seeing every day. I don't read about this stuff. I'm seeing it in my clinics. We have clinics from Fresno to San Diego, and these things are spiking in our community. These things will affect people for a lifetime, not for a season.
And don't forget psychosis. He's leaving that out. Isolation is one major cause of psychosis. Anxiety, another major cause of psychosis. And as they call it, substance abuse. Really, it's substance use. Also, the three major categories of psychosis all were implemented. Not active, but implemented. Top down. Forced on us.
So let's make sure we're clear on that. So we've gone over the secondary effects. We've gone over the statistics. Now I want to compare flu virus. Is this significantly different? And I just got a little bit of data here. So deaths, per the CDC, 24,000 to 62,000 deaths each year. We had about 45 million total cases in 2017 with about 62,000 deaths, or a 0.13 chance of death from flu in the United States. As you know, our other numbers were 0.02. So the lethality of COVID-19 is much less. Now you've got hotbeds of it in New York, but again, you went over the numbers, 0.1% chance of death. Widespread, small amount of deaths. It's similar to flu, as a matter of fact. If we follow the science, as we've been asked to do, I'm following the science. This data is generated by the CDC, World Health Organization. The testing is generated by what we have done here. So we are following the science.
Oops, there it is. Yeah. I mean, what else needs to be said? But let's keep going.
Now I want to talk about the immune system. Dr. Masigi used to teach for immunology. We both had years of microbiology, biochemistry, and virology studies. We've made it our life's work to understand this stuff. And here, I'd like to go over some basic things about how the immune system functions, so people have a good understanding. The immune system is built by exposure to antigens, viruses, bacteria. When you're a little child crawling on the ground, putting stuff in your mouth, viruses and bacteria come in, you form an antigen antibody complex, you form IgG, IgM. This is how your immune system is built. You don't take a small child, put them in bubble wrap in a room and say, go have a healthy immune system. This is immunology, microbiology 101. This is not something, this is the basis of what we've known for years.
OCD, the fabricated OCD is diabolically backward, is detrimental. We need to build up our immune systems, not tear them down with unhealthy dictates, detrimental dictates that are the exact opposite of what we should be doing to build up our immune systems instead of attacking them. And not to mention force lethal serums that directly attack those immune systems.
So what I'm seeing is when you take human beings and you say, go into your house, clean all your counters, Lysol them down. You're going to kill 99% of viruses and bacteria. Wear a mask. Don't go outside. What does it do to our immune system? Our immune system is used to touching. We share bacteria, staphylococcal, streptococcal bacteria, viruses. We develop an immune response daily to this stuff. When you take that away from me, my immune system drops. As I shelter in place, my immune system drops. You keep me there for months, it drops more. And now I'm at home, hand washing vigorously, washing the counters, worried about things that are indeed what I need to survive. Let's follow the science. This is immunology, folks. This is microbiology. This is what we've combined together with 40 years of experience in this. This is common sense immunology.
So quarantining and social distancing is worse for us, you're saying?
It decreases your immune system. You can't build an immune system by, if someone has a reduced immune system, you hide them away because they can't build an immune system. If you have a normal functioning immune system, you need interaction. When a child's in a womb, you're in this protected environment. When you come out, you have almost no immune system. You develop that through touching your mouth, touching your eyes, virus, bacteria, immune response, IgG, IgM. This is how you build a strong immune system.
You think people are worrying too much?
Of course they are, but that's from media telling them to. I'm telling them sheltering in place decreases your immune system. And then as we all come out of shelter in place with a lower immune system and start trading viruses and bacteria, what do you think is going to happen? Disease is going to spike. And then we've got disease spike amongst the hospital system with furloughed doctors and nurses. This is not the combination we want to set up for a healthy society.
Let me touch on that. Furloughed doctors that have been either laid off because they were speaking the truth, like these gentlemen, and supplanted by people like we saw in the drugstore, automatons, can't even, formulate a proper sentence. So, and not to mention, they're those that are just filthy gainsayers, doing things for filthy lucre's sake, including genocide. Katie Layson. I mean, let's be factual. There are tons of people that get into the medical profession because they want to help others. But how many of those want to become doctors because that's where the money's at? Oop, there it is.
It doesn't make any sense.
So is Dr. Fauci wrong then when he says that COVID-19 is shown to be nearly 10 times deadlier than the flu?
You bet your ass he was.
Initially, maybe that was true. But again, I'm going through the numbers. I'm not saying who's wrong or right. I'm going through the science and through the numbers. And I, like you, have been watching media and studying this for 2 months, night and day. I go to bed at 2 or 3.
I'll say it. Doi.
In the morning, every day, I read after my shift, and I say, what's going on here? I'm not in an ivory tower. I'm in seeing patients every day, and I'm collecting my own data. I didn't have data 2 months ago. I just shared my data. 6.5% of all patients we tested are positive. That's actual, unfiltered, non-political data.
So respectfully, to go off that question, and I know you guys are obviously very intelligent.
Did you say respectfully? This guy has respect, huh? Let's hear this.
Very accomplished physicians. Do you think that you guys know more than the top immunologists in the entire United States, and that basically every country in the world has got this wrong, that accelerated urgent care has got this right?
Exactly what he's demonstrating with facts. Now, are you a news reporter or a dictator pushing propaganda?
I'm not saying, again, I'm sharing the data. I'm not saying we're right, somebody's
wrong.
But
your conclusions from that data are different than what the top doctors worldwide are concluding.
Hey, gay guy, shut the hell up.
Why is that?
They had no data. The data is coming in.
The U.S. government has no data.
No, I'm saying you have to give the virus time. From December to now, there was tons of hypotheses. You have to let the data work. Let the virus rise up. Then we study it, and we.
Oh, for the sake of you, Boob, and those who might have gotten the panties in a bunch, I have no proof that the guy's gay. It's just my opinion. I could be wrong. Moving on.
See, did we respond appropriately? Initially, the response, fine, shut it down. But as the data comes across and we say, now, wait a second, we've never, ever responded like this in the history of the country. Why are we doing this now?
And you don't think that they're also studying that data and that their data is even more accurate and more timely than what we're getting here in Kern County? I mean,
go ahead. Yeah. What was your first name?
Tim.
So I think
Oh, sorry.
Thank you for your question. I think your question is valid, and obviously Dr. Fauci is a world-renowned immunologist, and a lot of the data that they originally
world-renowned and on the lam. Where are the arrests?
Gave us was theoretical, because coronavirus is a new virus. We've studied coronavirus since the 70s. Coronavirus was
we studied different coronaviruses. This one is novel. Like SARS is a form of coronavirus, MERS is a form of coronavirus.
Sure.
Is he there to do a report, or is he there to tell us what we should think? You judge for yourself. But it's quite overwhelmingly obvious why this alleged queer is there.
Sure.
We studied different types, but this one is new. So with all due respect, again, we haven't studied this virus.
But if you let me finish, so every year, according to your argument that you just made, every year,
not an argument, just a question.
Every year when we get the flu, it's a new flu virus, correct?
Correct.
But 99% of it is flu, correct?
the way viruses change, they undergo mutations through their DNA, deoxyribonucleic acid. There are different types of mutations which either cause increased virulence, and more likely decreased virulence, meaning how dangerous a virus is. So when coronavirus was, we've been studying coronavirus since the 70s. And this type of coronavirus that came out was first and foremost transmissible through human beings, and that was new. And I think anytime you have something new in the medical community, I've been a doctor for 26 years. Anytime you have something new in the community, the medical community, it sparks fear. And I would have done what Dr. Fauci did, so we both would have initially. Because the first thing you do is you want to make sure you...
Okay, this guy's annoying me. What do you mean you would have done it? You just got through saying that you would not do the lockdowns because those are backwards and stupid. Don't sit there and bend knee to this fascist dictator of a journalist who's going to dictate what you should say instead of reporting the news. Kitty Latham. I think I'm going to need to take a break from this because this is getting a little frustrating here. I mean, I respect this other guy. He's going to make a good point, but I don't think it was necessary to sit there and say what he just said. I apologize about the echo. I think that's just the quality of the video itself. Hopefully, it wasn't so bad that you couldn't make out what was going on. But with that being said, let me ask you guys, what are you getting out of this so far? What questions do you have? What are your experiences? In fact, I mean, if anybody wants to come up and share testimony, free feel to, because, you know, I mean, at least you've heard mine. You've heard in depth. I've only shared here half of the things that I have. We've gone for hours already, and I'm more than happy to keep on going as long as I can. But yeah, I mean, what do you think? What's going on here? Am I crazy? Am I a tinfoil hat wearer here? Am I a conspiracy theorist? Am I making things up? What's going on here? What do you guys think? I mean, to me, it's overwhelming evidence. Again, we've got dictates, what they call quote unquote protocols, that were making people do things that were detrimental for their health, which is what this discussion started before the commie dictator journalist sidetracked things and made these guys nervous. And now he's got this other guy stepping in and being all suddenly apologetic for the guy who's on the lam, Dr. Fauci. So we got that. We've established that thoroughly, and they're reiterating that. We also have, well, we've got the vaxes. I mean, before vax, barely anybody was dying. That wasn't, as they demonstrate here, that they didn't already have the flu. And again, I'm going to ask, where's the flu? Oh, and by the way, the 1,000+ NFL players and staff, fat old men, that had, or I should say, were diagnosed with COVID, asymptomatic too. Of the 1,000 in the first year pre-vax, 0 died. And then after vaxes, everyone was dropping like flies. What about those statistics? Does that journalists want to emphasize passionately any of that stuff, any of these facts, instead of push some anti-medical advice disclosures here? I'm sorry, I'm going off on a tangent, but yeah, let's just go back to the video. It's just frustrating to watch this stuff. Just frustrating. Okay, I'm sorry. Let's just go back to the video. Shared. Click, 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 clickety, clicky, click. Yeah, this StreamYard is something else. Make sure you got your sound on, even though the sound quality is yuck. Okay, move this thing out of the way because they automatically put it right in front of the play button. Bravo, StreamYard, brilliant.
I think what they did was brilliant initially. But
Bullshit. Excuse my language.
Theories and models these folks use is very different than
That's what you call succumbing to pressure and covering your ass. That disclosure right there. I wish he'd never done it. He should be ashamed of himself, but I'll forgive him.
The way the actual virus presents it throughout communities. And there's different communities talking about this. Bakersfield, not the widespread and very, very different. So you can't really, theory and reality are not always the same. That's what Dr. Harrison's presenting.
That's right. Dr. Fauci presented theory that had a clear agenda, and he was also involved with the fabrication of this thing, this plague that they were pushing, which, by the way, again, the flu completely disappeared somehow. And versus not only real scientists, but actual practitioners. I mean, again, these two aren't the only ones. We had the frontline doctors and so many others, including in Europe, that were coming out and presenting facts. So, but yet this journalist keeps going on and on and on and pushing this fascist propaganda passionately. This guy shouldn't have buckled at all. It's a shame.
It's not about being right or wrong. Medicine, what they teach us is practice. I'm learning every day. So Dr. Harris, we all learn it. It's not about being right, who's right, who's wrong. It's not about make the It's about looking at trends and saying, hey.
Actually, it is about right or wrong. Fauci and his cohorts and his cronies and his politicians, including Donald Trump and Biden, they're all guilty. All the mass media moguls that pushed us, as we saw with the interview with Fauci and Zuckerberg, and all these fascists, man, they all need to be held accountable, and they're all guilty, and they're all wrong. Not only oops, we made a mistake, but obviously passionately, an extremely diabolical, wondrous way, pushing the exact opposite of what should have been done. All while the PCR test was faulty. 2, there was a cure already. 3, the stats were fudged and way the frig off and wrong. And 4, there's other suspicious things going on, including, again, backward dictates and what after the flu, and so on.
We're not seeing what they've been talking about. 6 to 8 weeks, we crippled the economy. There's a lot of domestic issues going on. Is social isolation warranted for the health?
Drawing different conclusions from the same data. Why is that?
Because we're actually seeing patients. Dr. Fauci hasn't seen a patient for 20 years. I'm just saying it's in general, a lot of the figureheads are not, it's like the general contractor versus the seller. He's not seeing patients, he's in an ivory tower. And you have a world of respect for him. Two different things. He's an academic. We've dealt with academics all of our I did surgery at USC and all academics. But academics and reality are two different things.
Oop, there it is. I feel the truth coming up.
We're just presenting our data and our opinion as medical professionals in this community. Well, we haven't, I haven't been to Manhattan. Right? Yeah.
Huh. Are these guys arguing like Muslims or what? They're all of the same spirit, aren't they? It's quite evident. It's disgusting.
Again, as a leader.
And again, they're supposed to be journalists, not pushing propaganda. But,
you listen to the people around you, and they make decisions on different timelines. And so Gavin Newsom has people around him telling him, we think this is the best move for now. And then early on, we told people the truth changes every 2 hours, because it was. As the data moves, as we do our own testing, I'm giving a different answer now than I would have a month ago, because I understand the progression of disease in this area. I also understand the progression of disease elsewhere, because I look at their data. I don't have to live in Manhattan to watch their disease process, to watch how many positives in the community, and to understand how diseases spread. For instance, nobody talks about the fact that coronavirus lives on plastics for 3 days. and we're all sheltering in place. Where'd you get your water bottles from? Costco. Where'd you get that plastic shovel from? Home Depot. Those are fomites and carriers of disease. So you take your family sheltering in place and you think it's safe, and you're taking fomites with disease that they've shown the last 3 days. Are you really protecting yourself from COVID? Does that make sense to you? It doesn't make sense to me. And if I swab things in your home, I would likely find COVID-19. And so you think you're protected, but you've got fomites coming from, Home Depot and Lowe's. And it's okay for us to be mingling in those situations, but we have to not go to work. It's okay for us to go to Costco, but not to church. Do you see the lack of consistency here? From a microbiological, immunological standpoint, that doesn't make sense. If you're going to isolate people, you need to shut these all down, because that's how the fomites are being transferred. When you go to Del Taco and you get a plastic bag or piece on your burrito from someone not wearing a mask and just wiping their arm on your thing, do you think you're protected from COVID? When you wear gloves that transfer disease everywhere, those gloves have bacteria all over them. I'm wearing gloves, not hooping. Is your mask that you're wearing for days and touch the outside of it, COVID, and touch your mouth? This doesn't make any sense. We wear a mask in an acute setting to protect us. We're not wearing masks. Why is that? Because we understand microbiology, we understand immunology, and we want strong immune systems. I don't want to hide in my home, develop a weak immune system, and then come out and get disease. We have both been in the ER through swine flu and through bird flu. Did we shut down for those? Were they much less dangerous than COVID? Is the flu less dangerous than COVID? Let's look at the death rates. No, it's not. They're similar in prevalence and in death rate. So we are saying that our response now that we know the facts, it's time to get back to work. It's time to test people.
Wow. I mean, that just pretty much puts the nail in the coffin. I mean, and I apologize for going on this long with this particular video, but it's just so factual. It's so full of good stuff. But yeah, I mean, what else needs to be said here? What else needs to be said? Yeah, I mean, I think I go on. We've gone for nearly 5 hours now. I've actually got more to share, believe it or not. The list goes on. I've got so much, I didn't remember what I have to share. It's so much. Let me just share one quick thing, I think. Yeah, well, maybe not. I was thinking about sharing some recommended cures, let's call it, for the vax adverse effects. I mean, and the science there, unfortunately, has been truncated because these scientists have been treated like criminals. It's getting a bit more open now, thankfully. But yeah, anyways, I'd rather not, because I'm not a medical expert. Please look into that. There's some things the treatments you can do if you're still suffering from adverse effects. They're still combating those things from the vaccines, I mean. All right, with that, I think I'm going to go ahead and end the stream. I mean, I want to keep going because I do have more to share, but there's more in this video. Maybe I'll post it as a separate thing. I don't know. We'll see. But I don't even know if I'm allowed to do that, so that's the thing. But at any rate, I hope this was helpful. I hope this doesn't get shut down. So far, it hasn't. I'm quite impressed. Maybe because I only have less than 100 subs, so maybe I'm under the radar. At any rate, I'm here to serve, literally. And I pray that what I do is fruitful and helpful to others. And again, thank you for your support. Give the gospel. You're awesome. All the other good folks that have supported me. Just Janice is unplugged for the time being. Good for her. And other folks. Dragon is all over the place and so on. Yeah. I mean, the support has been wonderful. I appreciate it so much. You have no idea how much it means to me. It keeps me going, literally. All right. Thank you. God bless. And let's close with a prayer and a reminder that Christ is risen. Jesus Christos Nika. Jesus Christ is victorious. In the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Please give us this day our daily bread. and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory. In the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, both now and ever, and to the ages of ages. Amen. Thank you again. God bless you. And if this was helpful, please share. And and of course, if you are able, if you have extra, also consider supporting my efforts and my work. Take care. God bless.